Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to the Municipal District of Taber, March 24th, 2026, regular meeting of council. We have an agenda in front of us with one proposed amendment that I'm aware of to move 6.2.1 on the paper copy, the RCMP report, Sergeant Gemmell, to the first order of business under public engagement to speak. Is there anyone else who has additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
I can accept the agenda with the changes.
Thank you. Questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Declaration of conflict, pecuniary and/or conflict of interest.
I have a pecuniary interest with community pastures as I'm in a grazing reserve that leases 1/4 of land from the MDA Taber.
Thank you.
And I got a cultivate lease with 3/4 land from MDA Taber.
Thank you. All right. Any protocol items for anyone? So for those just joining us online, those who were in the room got to see council put on the hockey jersey. This weekend is the Taber Play On 4-on-4, which is a fundraiser for their arena. Our council has a team in with a couple of other recruits. So if you want to watch some fast-paced, riveting street hockey, we'll post the times that we're playing. Whatever capacity you're available in, whether you support financially or you want to come and watch, come and support the town of Taber and the raising the money for the arena. There's all kinds of things going on this weekend in support of it. And if you're a singer, and I'm looking at a few people in the crowd, if you join us at 7:40 a.m. on Saturday, we're going to sing "O Canada" at 7:50 to kick off the tournament. So it would be nice to have some different voices join us. All right, any other protocol?
I'd like to add one more thing. There is
Yes.
also a benefit concert for that. There's still plenty of tickets available. I think you can go online to get those from Spider Entertainment. And that is the Roadhammers with a number of guests as well.
Thank you. Yeah, lots of good things going on to try to raise money for the arena. All right, we'll move on to confirmation of minutes, March 10th. If there's no concerns, I'd ask for a motion. Okay, move to accept the March 10th, 2026 minutes as presented. Those in favor? That's carried. All right, public engagement. We'll move to the RCMP report. Good morning, Sergeant Gemmell.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm here to present the February 2026 stats for my detachment. Last month, we responded to 165 calls for service, and 146 of those were within the MD of Taber. We had 3 impaired drivers or suspended drivers last month, all within the MD of Taber. We had 17 criminal code violations reported to us, and 11 were within the MD of Taber. We had 5 911 hangups, and all of them were within the MD. We did 25 criminal records checks and 5 fingerprints for the general public. We did 10 patrols of Enchant, 35 patrols of Grassy Lake, 11 patrols of Hayes for 56 Hamlet patrols. We did 1 patrol of the MD Park, and we did 121 patrols of the MD at Taber. We were busy last month, and we wrote 88 violation tickets. 86 were within the MD of Taber, and traffic services wrote 2. So there was a total of 90 tickets written within the MD last month. Going down to the provincial crime gauge, persons crimes are down by 1. Property crime is down by 15%. Other criminal code has seen 4 fewer instances. Break and enter is up by 5 more instances. Theft of motor vehicle is down by 3. And theft under 5,000 saw no change. Going down to my comments, we laid charges in 3 criminal investigations during the month of February. Property crime was as follows: 2 complaints of break and enter. 1 is unsolved. The other charges have been laid. 1 fraud was reported but determined to be unfounded. During this council meeting, I'm hoping to firm up what each council would like our priorities be for this new fiscal year coming up in April. Last year, our priorities were traffic safety through enforcement and education, community relations through visibility and participation in community events, and crime reduction of property crime. Yeah, like I said, last meeting, if something comes up midway through the year, we have the flexibility to change what our priorities could be. And yeah, just looking to hear what council has to say. Oh, what our priorities.
Thank you, Sergeant Gemmell. Councillor Takeda.
I think all three of those still hold true for me. Uh, Both of them, or all three of them are good initiatives. I like the visibility component. I really appreciate that. People like to know that the people are in the area. In the far reaches of the MDFEC law enforcement, I think it gives you feel more secure. And I think that's also important to go to community events.
That's good.
Council, any other thoughts on those three priorities, or if you want to have something added? They're pretty broad,
Yeah,
but they're also probably the most important. I mean, we've seen most of our accidents on our roadways have been involving speed or not paying attention.
yeah.
So that one works. Our community relations, you have continuously upped your game on that, and that's been great for us. And we really like seeing you, not just as a walk by, but your detachment has been active participants. And for crime reduction, we have focused on property crime, but I think having crime reduction at the front end still covers us off if there was domestic or any other matters related to crime.
That's right.
Administration, did you have any comments on those three priorities?
No.
Okay. So at the end of your report, did you have something you wanted to add, Count? At the end of your report, we'll make a motion on those three priorities besides your report.
Okay. All right.
All right. Council, questions or comments to Sergeant Gemmell at this time? Councillor Peters.
So a couple days ago, and you probably know about it already, but somebody was walking through the back alleys of Hayes,
Okay.
taking pictures. Hoodie pulled over, baseball cap.
Okay.
What do you do in a situation like that?
For sure, you should phone that in, and we can try to get out there as fast as we can, figure out who that person is and what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know some people took pictures of him, and I
Okay.
know they phoned it in. Like, it didn't happen when I was around, but I heard
Okay.
about it.
I don't see every file that comes in.
Okay.
That could have happened. I can look into it and get answers for you. But if you're seeing that, encourage the people to phone it in when it's happening, and we can see what that person's up to. It could be, they could have a lawful reason to be there, and they could be acting legally, but it's worth checking out just in case.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's always important to advise our residents anytime they have a question or concern to call it in, so that one, they can start to adjust patrols. And it also indicates where there might be prolific issues happening if they see repeated calls in a certain area.
That's right.
Anything else, Sergeant Gemmell?
No, that's it. Anything for me?
No, I
No.
think we're good.
All right.
Thank you for
your time.
attending. Thank you for attending. Okay, I'll look for two motions, one to receive the RCMP report, and then the second to have these as our upcoming year's priorities. We'll just leave those on the screen.
I can move to accept Sergeant Gemmell's report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Peters moves to receive Sergeant Gemmell's RCMP report. Questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. And then a second motion on the priorities.
I give you a motion that we set the priorities the same as last year. And those three priorities for the RCMP detachment in Tabor would be traffic safety, community relations, and crime reduction.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? Thank you. Okay, next we are moving on to our call for people to speak. Prior to the meeting, I did engage with those who were in attendance and took down 5 names. If there are subsequent people who want to address council, they may do so. Our normal practice has been to give people 5 to 10 minutes. We've yet to cut someone off, but if it's going on too long, out of respect for delegations and other business we have to do today, I will give you a wave. You could see we took the hammer down, so we don't do that anymore, but we used to have it up. But it is important to give people a chance to speak. So the order that I have started, and if you choose to waive, you may also do that. And we usually receive the information, but if a counselor did have a question, they also could ask it, but we don't engage in debate during call for people to speak. That just hasn't been our normal practice. So and the meeting is live and recorded. So when you come to the front table, there's a microphone there, and then the staff will just show you which button has to be pressed, and it stays on the entire time that you're speaking. So the first person I have is Tomo. So when you come to the mic, if you would say your full name, and if Lace needs a spelling or something, and she could get that, otherwise she may know. So we will start with the call for people to speak. This is an important part of our public engagement with our community.
At risk of hunching perhaps the wrong topic, at the February 24th regular council meeting, council did conclude public engagement with respect to land management via resolution. So if those are the topics today, council will have to navigate that resolution, I guess.
I appreciate your comment, but I recall a counselor did say we will never limit people's ability to speak at a meeting, so we'll continue with that process, and council will have to best regulate their how they process the information.
I'm only referencing council's resolution.
I appreciate that. Okay, Tomo.
Push some buttons.
Yeah, we'll get that.
All right, my name is Tuomo Kastamo, Tuomo. And the last name is Kostamo. That's a tough name. Took me 5 years to memorize that one. And I apologize, I don't speak English. It's a Finglish that you're listening. So if you don't understand, my apologies. I'm representing about 20 acreage owners, and I speak regarding fair taxation. But before I do that, I wanted to congratulate all the new members and also thank you for your sacrifice. And I know you entered into a business of a unthankful job, so we appreciate that. However, if you got involved into politics so that you can help only your families and your friends, and God forbid for your own leases, it will not go well with you. There's no logical reason why few people should be subsidized by other people's taxes. The other reasons that I have heard about current leaseholders, that they say that they are the only ones who know how to steward this land, does not make any logical sense. In one hand, they are argue and accusing rest of the taxpayers as the money grabbers, as we asking for fair lease prices. But in other hand, they want 10 to 20-year leases and then have a right to buy them at the appraisal value rather than market value. Now that is a real money grabbing. They also claim that the good steward, they are only the good steward of the land. But when the short lease offer came by, they were saying that they would put thousands of cows into those same lands to destroy the land. That doesn't make any sense. I can understand that these lands may not be the most profitable for raising. But I'm convinced that if these lands were offered to open tender for all taxpayers, they would figure out what kind of use is going to be profitable and a good stewardship on these lands. The only fair way I can see is that these lands are put to an open tender, whether leases or sell, and let the market make the value of the land. And if they're being sold, I say recommend that only 10% being sold every year in the next 10 years, so we won't see a negative effect on property prices. And that the money should be invested and only the income being used. Now, because there's been many hours already being spent figuring out how these properties should be in plan, I recommend that the farmers, the acreage owners, the businesses, and all the taxpayers select representative who in the next 2 years figure out what's the best way of managing and stewarding these land, so and that they can discuss these things and in unhostile environment, and so that there can be a reasonable valuation what this land can be used. Cows may not be the best solution for native plants. Honeybees may do much better. And so I recommend that there's some reasonable study being done. What can be done with these lands and still reduce taxes and get a fair market value for them? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Speakers, I should have said you're welcome to sit. You can stand as well. All right. Not seeing any questions. Next I have on the list is Brian.
Good morning. If my recollection is right, the only person that I ever witnessed using that gavel was sitting on the end here, Councillor Reynolds. Which I think all of you would probably find a little bit surprising as well. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all here. I just want to say the previous council had worked hard to come to a position of compromise on many issues and come to decisions that benefited the municipality as a whole. Whether it was with regard to municipal development, recreation, both within the municipality and in neighborhood communities, community support and services, including policing, handy bus, senior housing, and others, transportation and roads, and the management of municipal assets. Did it get it all right? No, of course not. But members of that council did have conflicts of interest through employment, family association, and business interest. But by working with administration and legal counsel, they did their best to avoid conflict and the appearance of conflict. At times, meetings may have seemed a bit disjointed as members would leave to their declared pecuniary interests. However, one thing was understood by the member that had recused him or herself, and that was that the members of council that remained in chambers had the best interest of the municipality as a whole in mind and could be trusted with those decisions. We had a lot of heated debates too and disagreement. And I can remember the fiery stare of Councillor Takeda, the glare of Councillor Mianaga, the slow shake of the head of Councillor Reynolds, and the reactions of the other councillors of the day, depending on what was being said. But one thing was never in doubt, and that was that they all had a passion for the success of the municipal district of Taber as a whole and all of its residents. The debate over municipal lands was the most contentious issue that the previous council and most likely that this council will have to deal with. People have diverse views and goals, and somehow council must come up with policy that is in the interest of all residents of the municipality. A phrase came up a number of times during public engagement over the last 3 years, and I've heard it recently as well. And that is, it's not about the money. And that seems to be a very strange comment when policies are about financial exchange. And those who say the phrase are the ones that are making a living and profiting from municipal lands and the policies surrounding them. It's not about the money. Or is it? The answer to that seems to depend on if one is on the giving or the receiving side of the ledger. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Tom Rodwell.
We present at the same time?
Oh, yes, certainly. Just remember to state your names for the record.
Yeah, Kevin Wind.
Tom Rodwell.
So we're presenting a letter with a lot of signatures. I'm just going to read my own little spiel here first. Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns. I was not aware of the many issues in this land management mess, which unfortunately is the case for most MD residents. The current proposed motions are both subsidizing grazing and giving leaseholders the option to buy land without anyone else being able to bid. I can't even comprehend these decisions, and neither can anyone I explain this to, many of whom signed our letter. If the MD puts out bids to 10 dealerships for a lawnmower, then why would there not be opportunity for others to bid, both on leases and especially on purchasing this land? This will result in tens of millions of loss for the MD, while a select few leaseholders will profit. Add to that the possible 20-year lease, and the decisions you're making could damage this MD for a generation. Dryland and grassland will likely be assessed between $4,000 and $6,000 an acre. With the cost of BRD water rights right now, land near canals would likely profit the leaseholders between $10,000 and $20,000 an acre once sold as irrigation. The MD needs to be collecting this money, which is easily done by having bids. My hope is that council sees the mistakes being made and reverses course. Please stop looking after your own interests or those of a few special interest groups and look at the big picture of what is best for everyone. This is bad governance, and this is just plain wrong. The decision should be either to leave it all as MD land and maximize revenue through tenders, or if some is sold, put out for bids to maximize revenue and to be fair to all taxpayers. The current proposal is the worst of both worlds, a subsidized grazing rate and a possible sale only to one party at likely way below market rate value. We need every dollar possible to stay in the MD to fund all these upcoming costs, to help with the rink, Clearview, so much more. Every dollar you miss out on is a dollar you're taking out of every MD resident's pocket. The tax burden should be put on everyone else, while a handful of leaseholders come out as winners. Thank you.
So we're a couple of a larger group here. We're representing some concerned residents, and as of this morning, we've had approximately 150 people sign on to a letter of support for this, and we're still receiving more. That's in a period of 3 to 4 days. And since we've heard numerous stories from various people about intimidation and threats of reprisal, we will not be making a list public at this time, but we have no problem if they're reviewed confidentially by a designated person for the MD to verify the authenticity of them. My letter is more to governance. Residents of the municipal district of Taber wish to raise concerns regarding the decision-making process surrounding the proposed lands policy and the potential for pecuniary interest conflicts involving members of council. Public confidence in council decisions depends on transparency and compliance with the Municipal Government Act. These concerns are being raised so they may be addressed in a clear and transparent manner. During the January 13th council meeting, it was disclosed that a councillor held active municipal leases. The councillor previously participated in discussions, motions, and votes relating to the matters that could affect those leases. A motion to pursue a disqualification process regarding that councillor resulted in a tie vote. Subsequently, another councillor disclosed a potential pecuniary interest and recused himself from participation in the matter. More recently, it has become public that a third councillor surrendered a grazing lease on the same day council's discussions regarding the lands policy were to begin. Correspondence submitted with that surrender indicated an intention to negotiate a future agreement relating to access to gravel pit and the use of grassland. This councillor has also participated in discussions, motions, and votes concerning the lands policy. These circumstances have raised questions among residents regarding whether all councillors have complied with the pecuniary interest provisions of the Municipal Government Act in relation to these matters. Maintaining public trust requires that municipal decision-making processes comply with provincial legislation and be free of perceived conflicts of interest. Addressing these concerns promptly is important not only for the residents, but also for the protection of council and the integrity of its decisions. Under Section 571 of the Municipal Government Act, council has the authority to request that the Minister of Municipal Affairs initiate an inspection. Section 571 provides that Section 571(1)B allows the minister to order an inspection if the minister receives a request from council. Section 571(1.1)B states that an inspection may examine the affairs of a municipality or the conduct of a councillor, employee, or agent of the municipality. An independent inspection would allow these matters to be reviewed impartially and will help ensure that the decisions regarding municipal lands are consistent with the requirements of the MGA. It is also important to note that unresolved pecuniary interest concerns can create uncertainty regarding the validity of council decisions. Addressing these questions now through an independent review may help avoid future disputes and provide clarity to both council and residents. Council has already extended certain rights to existing leaseholders while the lands policy is under consideration. As a result, requesting an inspection at this stage would not cause immediate disruption, but would allow these concerns to be reviewed before any permanent policy decisions are finalized. For these reasons, we respectfully ask Council to pause any further land policy discussions and formally request that the Minister of Municipal Affairs initiate an inspection under Section 571 of the Municipal Government Act. An independent review would help ensure transparency, maintain public confidence in council decisions, and provide clarity for all parties involved. Respectfully submitted, residents of the MD of Taber. And like I said, we have approximately 150 people as of this morning that have signed on to this.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? The next I have up is Alex Ostrop.
My name is Alex Ostrop. I farm south of Grassy Lake. Thank you very much, Council, for seeing me this morning, and good morning to all. I know that this municipal lands issue has been debated at length. I appreciate all the work that has gone into it. And I know it hasn't been an easy topic and quite divisive, not just among council, but in the MD as a whole. I am distressed with where we are right now. And while I want to take a couple of minutes to talk about the policy itself and why I find it distressing, I think the main purpose here is just to highlight how important it is to have absolutely tight and solid corporate governance or municipal governance when it comes to this issue. It is an issue that is going to change our landscape forever. It is an issue where the current policy is pursuing irrevocable changes. So governance here is extremely important, perhaps more so than in any other issue. Certainly this council has faced, and I think any council has faced in a long time. My concern with the policy itself is that it does not reflect the feedback from the year-long public consultation process. I, like the majority of MD residents and ratepayers, am not in favor of a sale of land. Further, it favors a small group of stakeholders at the expense of others in the MD. It takes that favoritism and that inequity and puts it into perpetuity by providing an opportunity to purchase that's not available to all, but just the current leaseholders. It benefits certain councillors directly in this room. And in my opinion, it facilitates the loss of grassland. I'm not going to argue whether or not current leaseholders have gotten a good deal in the past. I think, grazing leaseholders have paid about $41,000 in grazing leases a year in return for $164,000 in oil well revenue. On top of that, the use of 58,000 acres. I think it goes without saying that there has been a good deal in the past. I'm not going to argue whether or not the current rate of 30 AUM is appropriate or not. It may very well be. I'm not a rancher. I'm not interested in these leases personally. I'm not anywhere near them, so I'm not here to talk about that. But what I am here to talk about is that the current proposal is unfair and, quite frankly, non-logical, because what it does is something that has never happened before. it takes the leases and provides them an exclusive opportunity to purchase. And on top of that, it allows the leases to be transferred. And that combination of basically being able as a leaseholder to sell those leases at market rate, while having an opportunity to purchase, while the leaseholder has an opportunity to purchase, is where the real detriment is here. What is happening is that our grasslands will be sold to the highest bidder. And the thing that I can't wrap my head around is that that highest bidder, the benefit of seeking that highest bidder, does not go to the MD or the residents of the MD. It goes to the existing leaseholder. And I'm going to let that sink in. The leaseholder is allowed to sell these at market rate. And yet the MD was not allowed under this policy to seek market rate for those same leases. It does not make any sense to me. So we're in a situation where, from the outside looking in, it's not logical. We are looking at assessed value for these lands, but then the leaseholder is able to take that asset, expand it beyond the existing pool of leaseholders that have historically done a good job maintaining these leases, take it outside ranching, take it outside the traditional purposes for those leases, and at market rate seek to maximize the profitability of that. So when you look at it from the outside, it's non-logical, and it doesn't pass the smell test. When you combine that with numerous councillors here having interest in leases, or having recently surrendered leases but expressed in that very letter the intention to continue using that land and to seek additional agreements with respect to how to continue using that land, combine that with the historic, let's say over the last few meetings, problems with respect to pecuniary interests, making motions on with respect to leases that they themselves hold before eventually recusing themselves. None of that passes the smell test. And for something this consequential and irreversible, if passed, I echo the previous speaker. This is something that needs to be above board 100%. So I will echo the previous speaker and say that this needs to be looked at. And this needs to be an issue where if we do proceed with this policy, there absolutely needs to be faith among your constituents that everything was done to avoid pecuniary interest. And I'm not saying this policy is a result of those pecuniary interests. It may well not be. But the opportunity to benefit for councillors in this room exists. There has not been a divestment of that. So it is imperative that this is be done above board to retain faith in this council among the residents of the MD. Thank you.
So there was a few people who entered the room. Is there anyone else desiring to speak to council? Okay, not seeing any at this time. Public engagement with the MD of Taber has always been open and available to residents. I thank you for taking the time, and it allows council to contemplate your thoughts and that we'll have to take into consideration as we move forward with this lands policy. Council, did you have any questions at this time, or are you prepared to continue? Okay, not seeing anyone. Any questions? Then we will continue with our agenda. You're welcome to stay in the gallery, but we will continue on, but it's a public and open meeting. Thank you. Okay, next we have up from Taber Safe Haven, Michelle Higginson. And I will ask Arliss just to introduce. We should have probably done this when we had that large group in the gallery, but we will take a moment, Michelle, just to introduce you to the new council. So we'll start with, on my left, with Councillor Reynolds.
Murray Reynolds, Division 6 councillor, the Inchan area.
Hi, Michelle. John Trucato, Counselor for Division 2, which is Tabor South.
Tamara Mianega, Division 4 Counselor, which is Tabor to the Old Man River, and not present today, but will be paying close attention to the recording, is Deputy Reeve Lane Johnson. He represents Division 1, which is Tabor West.
Martin Connor, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
David Torrey, Division 3, Grassy Lake area.
Ernie Peters, Division 5, which is Hayes.
It's nice to meet you. Thank you.
Did you want to introduce?
Yeah, Arla, excuse me, Arliss Croft, CAO, and our administrative team is here as well.
All right, we'll turn it over, and I can't see, is the mic pressed? Just one, okay, perfect. Thank you. So the floor is yours.
Good morning. So thank you for having me and for the introductions. My name's Michelle Higginson. I'm the Executive Director of Tabor Safe Haven Women's Shelter Society, is the big name for it. And I'm here today, I'm not asking for anything, which is nice. So I'm here in two capacities today. One is to say thank you for what you did for us last time I was here, and to give you a little bit of an update to know how that money is going and what we did with it. And then just to let you know who we are and what we do in your communities, because obviously our name says Tabor, but we are actually MD of Tabor and service quite a large area. So just over a year ago, I was here asking for a contribution to a new position. So we have a shelter, which is what most people know us for. It's a 21-bed women's shelter. It's an emergency shelter for women and their children who are fleeing domestic abuse or violence. It's a 30-day shelter, supposed to be. We tend to extend that a little bit. And just over a year ago, we wanted to introduce a position because we found that when women were coming into the shelter, because of the nature of being available 24 hours, our staff were on shifts, and still are on shifts, but it meant that a woman would come in and need help with this particular item, maybe identification, replacement, or legal counsel, things like that. And because the staff were continually changing, the women did not get the service we wanted them to get. Every time they met a new staff member, they had to start over and tell their story again. And so we wanted to introduce a position of community advocate / shelter outreach is what we call it. And that person is there Monday to Friday, 9 till 5, and her job is to interact directly with the women for things like, as I said, there's if somebody leaves a violent situation, they're not always thinking to grab their driver's license. If they want to work, they need a criminal record check. If they need help filling out the enormous amount of paperwork for income support, if they want help with housing, we now have a dedicated person that does that. And in 2025, because of your contribution, along with the contribution of the Town of Tabor and Community Foundation of Lethbridge, that position was fully funded, and we were able to help 83 women, and by kind of a byproduct of that, 26 children move on and become successful in moving on, which is huge. So that's my first part, is to say thank you for that. It's no small thing. When we come and ask for something, it makes a massive impact. And so when I was here last time and I looked around, and I think it was different council members, there was some kind of blank looks back at me that just didn't know who we were or what we did. And so that's why I wanted to be here today, was just to tell you how we impact your communities. So I do have a handout for you afterwards so that you don't have to remember everything I say. But we have the emergency shelter, which I've spoken about. We have outreach and advocacy, which is housing, employment, financial and legal navigation for clients that don't need the shelter. They're not ready to leave a situation, or they're already somewhere safe, but they still need help with the other areas. And this is throughout the entire MD. We have the child and youth support, which is emotional support and programming for children that are either the victims or witnesses to domestic violence. As far as our rural reach goes, 2025, as we started to really realize that maybe we weren't as visible in the rural community as we would like to be. And so we started to expand a little bit into the rural areas more visibly. And we did support 18 adults and 12 children from the rural communities, across 5 communities, actually. We did Teen Dating Violence Prevention Month activities in Vauxhall and Milk River High Schools. We've done Lunch and Learns in Vauxhall. 20 backpacks were delivered to the school in Vauxhall as well. And then summer camps so in Tabor, we have a free summer camp every year for 6 weeks. And unfortunately, I mean, it's very popular. We had 22 children that were on the wait list for that. But one of the things we did last year, and we hope to do again this year, was expand into the rural communities. So we ran day camps in Vauxhall, Milk River, Grassy Lake, Enchant, and Bow Island. And in each of those areas, we had 15 children come in to that free day camp and have access to that. Access, obviously, is the most challenging part of the rural areas. Things get unhelped because they just can't get to us. So my purpose today was to introduce myself and introduce Tabor Safe Haven and let you know that we're here. And if you ever want us further in your communities and you have an idea of how we can come and do a presentation, whether it's in churches or community groups or any other ways you can think of we can help, we'd love to. So that's my speech today.
Thank you, Michelle. Council, I'll give you an opportunity to make any statements or questions. Councillor Turcato.
I appreciate the update. A lot of times we give funding and no report back as to how successful it was. And I think 83 women and 26 children speaks to the success of what you guys initiated last year. And I appreciate you letting us know of the success. And I'm glad we were able to help.
Thank you.
Anyway, just deeply grateful for what the Women's Shelter does, and just being closely associated with some ladies that have gone through some horrible experiences. And so I'm so grateful that the MD has chosen to help fund this in the past and will continue in the future, not just as an MD, but individually as well. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
I'll add, thank you's not even nearly enough to say. When you can help people that way, it's just beyond words. So thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, Safe Haven continues to do very good work in our community. Was the position, were you able to find ongoing and secure funding for that position?
We've made it a priority to keep that position. It's limitedly funded right now, but so just so you know, of our funding, we get about 2/3 of our funding comes from the provincial government. Everything else comes from grants, donations, and fundraising. And so we were able to prioritize it, and we will keep that position going.
Excellent. And as you may be aware, we do have an application if there was a request in the future that may not be position, but may be program specific. Because when I hear there's a waiting list for 22 children, it definitely makes me consider if there would be other opportunities that those children might have summer camp.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time. You're welcome to hand out your information to council directly.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I do. Oh. And one of my favorite people.
All right, thank you. Council, and perhaps maybe Councillor Peters, a motion to receive the Tabor Safe Haven report.
I'll make the motion to receive the presentation from Tabor Safe Haven into council records.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, the next item we have is in closed session. We have 2 items in closed session. So council, would you like to deal with one and then go immediately into the next one so that we're not going in and out? I'm just looking for some head nods. Okay, is that okay with you, Martin?
Yep.
Okay, okay. All right, I'm going to read both the closed session items in. Arliss, did the first item on closed session want to be presented in open first or just go immediately into closed? Okay, all right, so I'm going to read the 2 reasons for going into closed for the separate sections. First item is closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 to the MGA and section 16 and of Division 2 of Part 1 of ATIA, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, Aurora Renewables. The second item is closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 28(1) sub B of the ATIA, privilege information, legal privilege matters times 2. All right, motion to go into, oh, sorry, Arliss.
I'll just say, again, it's a big if. If council deems there's any sort of pecuniary interest with any of those agenda items, they should
Declare it in open.
declare it before they go into closed session.
Yeah, that would be
I'm
good.
not trying to suggest anybody does it. It's just
Yeah, fair.
information.
We appreciate the guidance.
No, I think one of the items addresses me specifically, and I'll leave for that part.
Okay, thank you for that.
Motion to go into closed?
All right, any questions or comments? Those in favor? Thank you. 9:47 closed. Yes. All right, we're ready to come out of closed. A motion to come out of closed. Counselor Condor moves us to come out of closed at 10:39. We have a couple of motions potentially that are going to come out of closed session. Oh, sorry, those in favor of coming out of closed? Nope, I appreciate that. Okay, the first one is on the Aurora Renewables. So if we could have that RFT in front of us, please. Murray, do you want it?
Yeah, I guess since this is on something to do with grazing leases, I'll excuse myself.
Thank you. 10:40, okay. All right. Someone prepared to make this motion?
I will preface this by saying, even though I don't like looking at solar panels, I will make this motion. That the municipal district of Tabor Council direct administration to notify potential future leaseholders where the proposed sites may be sited and have the chief administration officer execute option agreements with Aurora Prairie Power GP Limited for the sites identified in attachment A.
All right. Any questions on this motion? Seeing none, those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, and we'll call Councillor Reynolds back in, and we've noted that Councillor Tory is stepping out. 10:41. Okay. I will move that the March 12th, 2026 letter from the Carl office be accepted as information with consideration of the ATIA process. Any questions or comments on that letter? I have the date right, administration. Want to just double check? I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah, you can't look it up probably from there without it being on the, okay. Yeah, okay. All right, any comments or questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, if we can bring Councillor Tory back in, 10:42. And now we are, I'm sorry, presenters, it's been a morning, but we need to take 5 minutes or else no one will hear what you have to say. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. Next on our agenda is the enterprise fleet management. And I will turn it to Arliss to introduce, but before that, we'll start with council introductions for both of the next two presentations. So I'll start with Murray.
Murray Reynolds, Councillor Division 6, Inchan area.
Good morning.
Thank you, Murray.
Good morning. John Tricado, Councillor for Division 2, which is Tabor South.
Tamara Mianega, Councillor for Division 4, which is Tabor north to the Old Man River, and absent today, but he will watch on the live recording after, is Deputy Reeve Lane Johnson. He's Division 1, which is Tabor West.
Martin Cotter, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
David Torrey, Division 3, Grassy Lake area.
Ernie Peters, Division 5, which is Hayes.
Yeah, and Bloody, he's met most of us, I think. So, introduce him here representing Enterprise Fleet Management. He's been gracious enough to come and openly involve council in a generally operational matter with respect to fleet procurement. So we'll pass the torch to him, and Bloody, just say next for when you're done each slide, and I'll go to that.
Thank you, Arliss. Appreciate that. I'm assuming this is good. The microphone is good. And I assume we're live as well. Perfect. Yeah. So before I get going, I'd like to introduce myself as well. And thank you for the opportunity to present here in front of all of you. My name is Bloody, as Arliss mentioned. I am an account executive. I'm based out of Calgary, and I represent Enterprise Fleet Management Canada. Unfortunately, my coworker Emmanuel Maconi was supposed to be here today, and he sent his regrets. He's stuck at home with a sick kid and himself kid. So he's what we call a client strategy manager who works very closely with some of your neighbors, such as Lethbridge County, City of Lethbridge, County Warner, County Newell, and he would bring quite a wealth of knowledge to be here today, but he sends his regards. So my plan today is very simple. I want to share with you who we are as a company and what we do. Talk more about the opportunities you have on your fleet today, and share with you how we can help you and the municipality save taxpayers' money while renewing the fleet along the way. I hope that at the end of this meeting, you're going to have all the information you need to make a decision whether this is something you'd like to pursue or not. Sounds fair? Arliss, next. Perfect. So Enterprise is a leader when it comes to working on the government space. As you can see, we have over 2,400 partnerships across the United States and Canada. Over 33 of them included here in Alberta, some of them your neighbors, as you'll get to see. That means that we've had the ability to manage over 175,000 vehicles and offer some really unique resources to our clients, which is, a customer website, a mobile app, but most importantly, a dedicated team of people that, provide ongoing support. Arliss, next. So in this slide, you can see some of the matters which are some of your neighbors as well, starting with RMA, with whom we work very closely. I've been personally involved in starting some of these relationships, such as City of Lethbridge, County of GP, Warner County, Starling County, Red Deer County, Athabasca County, and so on. And what I find interesting is at some point, almost all of these counties and cities were doing what you tend to do today, which is buy and hold. And that's where the opportunity lies for all of you. For example, the City of Lethbridge, we've been working with them for a few years now, and we've been able to impact their maintenance expenses by at least 18% in a span of a few years, and also cut the age of their fleet by 3 years. And on top of that, help them streamline the acquisition by doing factory orders, leveraging the fleet discounts, and improve their overall fleet performance. Thank you, Arliss.
So before we start talking what we can do for your municipality, I'd like to kind of review your current fleet trends and kind of establish some trends. The fleet data that was shared from your administration team, by the way, thank you very much, was dissected and analyzed. And here's where we stand. 56% of your fleet is 10 years or older. Majority of your fleet is outside of warranty by age and kilometers. A vehicle tends to stay longer than 15 years once it enters your fleet. And here's what that means for you operationally and financially. When the time comes to cycle an older unit, that means the returns or the gains from the resale are not that great, right? That also has implications on the maintenance because, the longer you keep a vehicle, the more maintenance you're gonna spend. And also, the engine degradation is gonna happen and it's not gonna be as fuel efficient. It's been my experience that when you employ that type of strategy, you tend to have inconsistent fleet budgets every year. You might know better because obviously, I'm not sure if that's the case for you guys, but I'm pretty sure you've seen some inconsistent budgets when it comes to that as well. Would like to move to the next slide. But here's where it gets interesting. Having an old fleet, it does not only mean that it costs you money in maintenance and fuel expenses alone, right? There's also safety implications with that. And what I mean by that is over a third of your fleet is older than 2012. And that means they miss lane departure warning. Over half of your fleet is older than 2016. And over 2/3 of your fleet is older than 2018. As you can see on the left side, there's some safety technologies that were added after these years, and obviously they improve, the minimize the accident, the potential for accidents, and kind of how to limit the liability exposure. Next, honest. Now that we've established some trends about your fleet, I'd like to talk more about what we can do for you and how we're going to go about it. So first thing we recommend is to shorten the life cycle from 15 years to 5 years. And that's going to have financial implications. We project over $415,000 worth of savings in a span of 10 years. In year one, we're going to recommend to cycle 15 units, which will free up over $19,000 worth of cash. That will naturally impact your maintenance expenses from $117 a month to $54, which will also improve your fuel efficiency. The majority of the RMA members that work with us, they do this by leveraging what we call an open-ended lease, which is an equity lease where there's no penalties for mileage, no penalties for kilometers. And they rely on the fact that we are a vetted member of Canoe and Sourcewell Procurement, and they kind of get access to all the fleet management services that we have for all the government clients. Carlos, I'd like to move next. Is it too? Oh yeah, no, I apologize. Is that better? Okay, well, should do this more often. So I mentioned 5 years, right? So why 5 years? Well, some of the best practices when it comes to fleet management, approach is that we don't only look at the acquisition cost, but we also keep an eye on the operating expenses. And what I mean by that is that still too? Oh my goodness, I'm on fire today. And what I mean by that is keeping an eye on things such as depreciation, fuel, and maintenance will play a role into the total cost of ownership, as that will help us, determine finding the right time to buy and the right time to sell. And now that we've established, this trends, I'd like to move on to the next slides where we're going to share with you what we've put in place with your administration team. So we've had a few meetings, a few discussions. We've kind of taken a very balanced approach. We've come up with a plan to start renewing units that are 10 years or older or over 160,000 kilometers. So that's year one, and then we kind of work downwards from that to year two, 8 years or older or over 140,000 kilometers. And the idea is within 5 years to renew your fleet while working with the budget that you have. I want to emphasize that while this might seem aggressive, this is actually a very conservative approach because we normally recommend to start replacing units that are 5 years or older, as you'll get to see why and the financial implications of that. Yes, Arliss, thank you. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So far we've talked about the what, right? So what we can do for you, what we say we can do. But now let me walk you through the how and the why. How are we gonna do it and why we're gonna get the results we believe we can get. If you follow the yellow line, this yellow line will represent the current strategy that you have at the municipality, which means we buy cash, we hold it for 15 years, and at the end of 15 years, we sell through auction, we get what we get, and then your maintenance expenses are around $70,000, your projected fuel expenses around 156. So all in all, to continue doing what you're doing, replace 3 to 4 trucks every year, you need a fleet budget of around $452,000. What we recommend is we cycle 15 units in year one, which means we sell 15 and we lease 15. Those 15 units are going to free up over $19,000 worth of cash. Instead of capital purchases, you might have equity leases worth of $192,000, which is going to bring down your maintenance expenses to $59,000, and it's going to improve your fuel efficiency to $148,000. So in year one alone, you're going to see a positive impact of over $72,000. And the same in year two, and then the idea is within 5 years to renew your fleet and work with the budget that you have. And that's how we're going to get to the $415,000 worth of savings and $90,000 per year after that. That's sustainable savings. But here's where it gets interesting. So if we sell 15 of the trucks that you own now, we're projecting around $20,000. It can be more, it can be less. We don't know the condition of the trucks. We tend to be conservative. Fast forward, once we start selling the units that you'll be acquiring through us, you stand to gain over $450,000 in resale values. And that's the opportunity for you. On top of having a newer fleet where maintenance is going to be less and fuel efficiency is going to be better, resale is a huge upside that will lower the cost of ownership and will put your fleet in a better shape overall. Arliss? So should you guys choose to work with us, what do you ultimately get, right? Well, what we commit is that we project to cut your maintenance expenses by 60%. We're going to help and work with your administration team to renew your fleet and work with the budget so that in the next 5 years, your fleet is going to be newer, healthier, and more financially, a better financial performance fleet overall. On top of that, you're going to get ongoing support where you're going to have some pretty unique analysis provided from my team twice a year, where you're going to know exactly how your fleet is performing against the projections we've had, against the industry, and where the opportunities are to make changes and pivots as things change in our world. And all in all, you're going to have a newer fleet and a safer fleet alongside financial savings such as $450,000 and after that $90,000 per year. I apologize if I went too fast, and I apologize for the microphone issue, but I guess this is the end of my presentation, and if time permits, I'd like to open it up for a Q&A.
Thank you. So I will allow council to ask any questions, but if administration had something they wanted to add before questions, just so we have a perspective on what's.
Just on a generally speaking, administration plans to bring a decision item in a coming council meeting.
Perfect.
This was to give enterprise audience with council. So.
Okay, that's good. And I'll go to the question on this side. Just, I thought you were pointing over there. Go ahead, Councillor Takeido.
So my question is, and maybe I'm too simple to understand this, on your fleet planning analysis, the equity leased line.
Yeah.
So where does those amounts come from after year 5?
So currently what you do is you buy your trucks cash. right? When the time comes to sell, you get whatever the market values them for you, and then that's what you get. On the equity leases, what we do instead of locking all that money in one truck, what we do is we depreciate them every month. So, within 5 years, the truck has been fully depreciated, which means it's been fully paid off. So it's like selling a 5-year-old truck with 150,000 kilometers or 120,000 kilometers. And we think we might get 25 to 30,000. So that's all your money that comes back to you.
So the difference between, so the equity in the lease, we maintain that then?
You own the equity,
Okay,
100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's different than a traditional lease then? Okay.
The typical leases you might be thinking of are what we call net leases or dealer leases, where you just pay a monthly fee and you get an X amount of mileage allowance, but these are not those type of leases. The reason why we have so many partnerships in the government space is because, first, this program, it helps them preserve cash and renew their fleet along the way, right? And also save money, because by default, you get the best acquisition cost by working with us, right? Through Sourcewell and Canoe Procurement. And also, we sell over 1 million vehicles every year in North America. In Alberta alone, we sell anywhere from 12 to 15,000. We outperform the market all the time. Even when it comes to resale, we tend to do a better job than anybody else. So which means you stand to gain.
Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. Oh, sorry, Arliss.
Yeah, one question. So, Letty, you referenced that ultimately or eventually we would be able to realize an annual sustainable savings of $90,000 a year.
Yeah.
With respect to fleet, specific to this scenario.
Yep.
Some of our neighbors have indicated that they're experiencing essentially zero expenditures, zero expense with respect to fleet replacement year after year. Can you explain such a scenario and how we might be able to achieve the same? What would be required of us to do that?
So if I'm understanding correctly, Arliss, what you're describing is it doesn't cost them anything to run their fleet with us?
Yeah, annually.
Annually, right? We've had actually, during COVID times, we've had cases when counties and municipalities that were working with us, they actually made money on their fleet because the market was, and the demand was so high that they sold the trucks more than what they actually bought them for. Thankfully, we're out of those times. So why could that be a case? There's a few factors. First and foremost,
not necessarily why. How could we get to that state?
Yes.
To that point. But yeah.
So what, in order for you, your municipality to get to a point where you might act as, things change and then take advantage of the market and that, obviously working with us is going to help because first and foremost, by default, you're going to get the best acquisition cost, right? So which means when you have the best acquisition cost, it puts you in a really good position to sell the vehicle whenever it makes financial sense for you. And having a team of people that's going to work with you proactively and keep an eye on your fleet and how that's performing against the market and the industry, you'll be in a position to make decisions and act as those things happen. So in a way, we need to move away from the traditional buy and hold, and you need to cycle more often. And I think that's where we can help and we bring a nudge for you.
Perhaps I can rephrase the
Sure.
question to maybe get an answer that I'm looking for. What would be the investment required to be able to get to a state of minimal to no fleet expense year after year through participating in this program?
What would be the minimal requirement to kind of?
What would be the required investment
Okay.
to be able to get to a state of not incurring annual fleet replacement expense? This is what our neighboring municipality is telling us that they're experiencing.
See, I'm happy to hear that they're having a good experience working with us, right? It's just very difficult for me to promise it's not going to cost you anything right now, just because light duty fleet is
minimal. Let's just call it minimal.
I think I shared some examples of what we call a full cycle summary, where we show this is how much we bought this truck for the county. This is how long we kept in the service. This is how much we sold it for. So if you're interested in cycling your units quicker, as long as they make financial sense, we're gonna be practical looking. But for now, in order for us to have a chance at working with you, we think we need to start with 15 units, and as 6 months into the relationship go a year, you're gonna be in a position to start taking action and realize those gains potentially. But we have to start working together in order for us to be able to bring those results to you guys.
Just, I want to see it the same way I'm part of, kind of. The equity you get out of these is the vehicles go to auction after and then they get sold, and that's your equity you get back, right?
Correct. The only difference is that we don't use auction. Well, majority of the times we have what we call an internal auctioning system. Enterprise, on the rental side, we have a very large fleet, and obviously on the fleet side as well. So what we do is we leverage the same team, our remarketing division, where you as a client, you only pay a flat fee, $495. That's determined by Canoe Procurement. That's the only fee that you have by allowing us to sell you units, right? Our goal is to sell it for as high as we can, because that's gonna bring you more money.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's our equity when they get
Yeah.
sold. So in a good year, you could run at zero if your vehicle's worth lots and the market's up. You can run at
100%.
zero that year. And if
Yeah.
the market takes a nosedive, you're gonna pay more.
Yes, and if it doesn't make financial sense to cycle, let's just say in year 2, year 3, you don't have to cycle. Our program is very flexible. You can just wait for a better time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up, is that if the market conditions are going to determine all of this, but we have flexibility. If we are in year 3 and we were thinking of selling a bunch, but the market is, well, then we just hold. But our vehicles are new enough that we can hold. You know, we're not at year 15 and we're already
100%.
maxed out and we're forced to dump. I think it's that, as long as we have that flexibility, that makes a lot, then the, staff can determine,
100%.
well, is this a good time, or do we think we should just run them all another year? Yeah.
A lot of the times we have cases when we recommend an early cycle because it makes financial sense. And the advantage you have is a lot of the times there's almost up to $20,000 gap between what a truck gets sold for an MSRP price versus what you actually pay for that truck. That puts you in a huge advantage. It's the rental mindset, right? It's what rental companies do. Your acquisition cost is really good. You run the vehicle for right now it's a few years maybe, and then you flip it, and then you kind of recoup as much money as you can, and then you roll that into the replacement. You have a newer fleet, healthier fleet, more cost effective.
What's in it for enterprise? Where do you guys benefit?
We get to work with the MD of Tabor, Yeah, so 100%. No, I mean, at the end of the day, our pricing plan is determined by the Sourcewell agreement. We do charge a management fee, but the analysis I presented to you, that includes the management fee, right? So even with a management fee, you're better off working with us than doing things the way you're doing. Because at the end of the day, even when you go and sell the vehicles in auction, even when you go and acquire vehicles on your own, you end up paying more, thousands of dollars more per truck. With us, you eliminate the need to go to tender because of the Sourcewell and Canoe procurement agreements. And by default, you get the best acquisition cost. We add 0 markups on the acquisition cost. Whatever the manufacturer charges for the price, we add the incentives, and that will be your cost, right? Which is truly a great deal. If you're a commercial client, you would love that, because that puts you in a really good spot. And we want a happy customer, because at the end of the day, nothing can stop you from not working with us. You can choose to work with us, and a year later you can be like, hey, listen, this is not working for us. We didn't get the results we expected, and we want to go back to the old way. Our program is very flexible. We get to renew it every year as you see the results and you move on to the next stage. And I'll share a personal story if that's okay. Almost a year ago, I started working with Red Deer County. When I met with them, they've done what you do. Replace 4 units every year, work by cash. They had a budget of $220,000. They're like, Bloody, we love the analysis. We love what we heard, but here's what we recommend. We want to work with you, but we're only going to do 4 trucks because we only have $220,000. I'm like, if you're only going to do 4 trucks, what's good is it going to do to you if you work with us? Like nothing is gonna change in your fleet. You have the money to do 11 units. And what they ended up taking a chance on us. We did, I think, 11 units with $220,000. Not even a year into the partnership, they ordered another 10. The reason is because when we went to sell those units that they replaced, we got an average of $18,000 per truck, which doubled their budget, right? So in a way, they saw the numbers like, hey, this makes sense, right? So as you see whether this makes sense for you or not, you'll be able to grow the partnership or kind of squeeze it.
Okay.
And
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, yeah, one last, Arliss, I apologize. I felt like I did not fully understand your question. Do you feel like that's been answered now or no?
Nope, but I'm just curious to know how we can get to the point of not spending any money annually on fleet replacement, because that's
Yeah.
what we're being told that our neighbors are doing, so.
Yeah, you know, your neighbors work with us, and I think that's a good start for sure.
Councillor Turcado.
It'll depend on the relationship between the Canadian and US dollar.
Yeah, that could play a role.
Okay, so we appreciate you taking the time to present to us as well, answer our questions. It also will give us enough background information when our staff present the matter of dealing with vehicles for the MD of Taber. So we really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, likewise. And if I may add, Tamara, thank you very much. Thank you to Arliss, Corey, and the team for bringing us in front of the council. We really appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for hearing me out. As you kind of take your time to review and discuss and make a decision, we practice factory orders, and a lot of the times that's on the manufacturer side, right? Because that's the most cost-effective way. Just want to make sure the order banks are still open. We just never know when they close. If you have any questions that will help you make the decision quicker, let us know. We'd like to help you, right? We're very motivated to work with you, but we also want to make sure you guys feel the same and the administration team feels the same.
Councillor Peters.
So what's the minimum size of vehicles you work with? And do you have a card?
I do. So in order for a program to work very well, we require typically a minimum of 20 units so that we can start you and put you in a replacement plan, and also get fleet discounts from manufacturers, negotiate fleet discounts on your behalf. But I'll leave a card with you for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. So at this time, I would ask a motion to council to receive the enterprise.
I can give you a motion to receive the enterprise fleet management presentation for information.
Thank you. Any questions or further comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Well, Tim, the next item on the agenda is Taber and District Housing, Mr. Tim Jansen. At the time, I worried we would be much further down our clock, but 15 minutes is pretty darn good for what we've had to accomplish today. So thank you for taking the time. You have met all of council. And Arliss, did you want to introduce the topic or go right to Tim?
No, the topic is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. So thank you for taking the time to come back and present some updated information.
Sure. Thank you very much for having us back. I guess, yeah, it was 2 weeks ago, so making it a regular thing. So we did provide a little bit of additional information for your review. We did present, or I think include the presentation slides, but we don't need to go through those. So what you have in front of you was just a brief comparison of some cyber sleuthing that I did and contacting colleagues of mine of the announced projects. This shows kind of the cost per unit. You can see there's various sizes, different stages of project. I think we wanted to try and show that decisions made up until this point regarding the Clearview Lodge project were very much in line with trying to keep costs down, trying to show value, But I will also say that some of these are complete new builds, and they would have some of the more expensive components like a kitchen included. So, and some of them are in more remote areas. Evergreen in particular, I forgot to put where they're at. I believe they're Hinton area. So that they do face some challenges with construction costs. But really, the gist of that document was to provide some background information and to try and support that decisions made to date were about value. If we can bring the project in lower than 27 million, which is still our goal, our cost per unit will continue to decrease. Next slide. And I think these kind of explain themselves. I really had some talking points that I wanted to try and carry on in that topic of kind of value or explanation of our project. In the previous presentation, we talked about, what were our goals, how we designed the building, what it all included, and did we meet our goals of design. And I think we went back and talked a bit about, well, how did we try to increase the value of what we currently do? How do things change with design of standardized rooms? So just briefly, the list of things, just the biggest thing is to increase the room size. Studio units went to 350 to 360 square feet. One bedrooms are 450 to 480 square feet. There's a little more variation there because most of those units are in the renovation component. So we didn't adhere to a very strict size. We rather worked with the existing structural footprint of the building, and where the walls fell, they fell. If that meant one room got a little bit more space, again, trying to find value in that construction rather than moving a wall 2 feet to make them identical, that there may be some variation. Yet each unit would still have the same handicap accessible washroom, roll-in shower, the idea that every resident should have the ability to bathe in their room, assisted or unassisted. So we can provide that care if they need it, but if they can provide their own personal care, they can. Sitting area. Yesterday I had my board chair with me, and I remember her telling me, she said, yeah, I like to go visit my mom. She lived at Clearview for over a decade. She said, the thing I didn't like was the size of the room. There was room for one chair. So mom got the chair, I got to sit on the bed. Not necessarily as conducive to visiting in the room. Each of these rooms, studio or one bedroom suite, would have a sitting area, that 1 or 2 chairs, so that if you want to have somebody visit in your room, you can. Lots more personal storage, access to cable, internet, telephone in every unit and throughout the building. We really redid the front entry. There have always been concerns about traffic flow in front of our building. If you've dropped people off there, it's very congested, and sometimes it's actually not safe. There are times where the area for the EMS service is blocked, which means there's a delay of moving a vehicle and getting somebody put into an ambulance. In this new forecourt, there's more parking. There's ability to have one-way traffic with pullouts for the special needs bus, EMS, and if you want to pick up your loved one, you can pull up to the curb, easy to load them. We added a new front entry. I know even our ADM has said at times, these places look like a hotel. And well, it's kind of for a reason, because hotels they have designs that are welcoming. They have the ability to easily handle groups of people exiting and entering the building at the same time. We've tried to create a bit of a lobby, reception area, and then a second gathering area that links the dining room and the atrium together. It always amazes me with the existing building. You walk into a building that holds 90 or 80 people, and it feels like you're walking into your grandmother's living room. And I recall the first year I worked and we were doing health and safety evacuations. And I said, well, what's the plan? They said, well, we go out the front door. Okay, well, so we have people with mobility challenges. And they said, so what's the plan for the firefighters? Well, they come in the front door. And so we very quickly worked at that we needed alternate exits and ways to move people, multiple ways of getting people out of the building. Because if the firefighters are coming in, people can't get out. But if people are trying to get out, we do want the firefighters to get in. This new entry deals with that. There's an additional courtyard, not necessarily by design, but more by we wanted to link the building up in different ways. So it joins the building at the front entry and at the back of the dining room, creates a big C. Inside the C is a lovely courtyard. We created some craft rooms, or a craft room and a meeting room. And really, one of the big additional services is not just necessarily for residents, but it's for the people of the community. So we tried to add more rooms. We have 14 additional rooms in this design. And that increase in the number of rooms should mean better access for people in the community to be able to move in, should they want to. Our current wait list would almost fill the facility. We do expect, as we break ground and people see things happening there, we will see an influx of applications. But I think it's not just for people who may want to move there. We know there are people who want to reside at home, and that's fine. The issue is that they want to reside at home until they don't. And we tend to get those phone calls of, well, something has happened and now we need in. We believe that a larger facility, an updated facility, still is an option for those people, that we actually can maybe handle some of those requests. It won't be quite as traumatic moving from their place to the lodge. But if they want to live at home, that's fine. But I think even updating the building still gives them better options than they have today. The last thing around value is additional continuing care spaces. We did respond to an RFP from Assisted Living Alberta. In November, they put out a request for people to make application to offer additional continuing care spaces. So we said, as a part of our build project, we could designate an additional 10 continuing care spaces. That would take us up to 30. Honestly, there are some, if we could get them, there would be some operational efficiencies, we believe. We can make our processes safer. We can schedule our staff more efficiently, and probably maybe tax staff a little bit less. But ultimately, it would allow for more people to stay at the lodge even as they transition through their care requirements. Really, we did not see significant changes required in their design. We had incorporated many of their recommendations in our design already. In this latest value engineering we did, we tried to look at like what would make the most sense in these buildings. And so we think we're a good solution for them. We're not a complete additional building, but they were looking for, I believe, 120 to 200 additional continuing care spaces in Lethbridge area. And so we offered 10. The hope is that they will announce between May and June if you're successful. They have no issue if we've started construction to award that. We simply would enter into an operating contract to offer that additional service of what we currently do. I have not included any effect of that grant funding on our calculations, because I can't guarantee it. They did say that they would be doing annual applications, so I guess if we were not successful in this go-round, we would continue to pursue that option to be able to offer that service to people in Taber and community. And I think that kind of typifies our approach, that even if you provide a letter of support today, which I'm hopeful for, that doesn't mean we stop turning over rocks, looking for additional funding, grant funding specifically, different forms of financing that maybe have better terms than the commercial financing that we've found. Interestingly, the financier told me, he said, you know, you're kind of getting ahead of yourself. He said, really what you want from me is a construction loan. So that's great. He said, but we know when you get to the point where you're finished and you're occupying your building, you're going to be in a competitive situation looking to figure out, okay, this is how much we've borrowed to finish the project. Now, what are the terms of the mortgage? He says, we know that we'll have to be competitive for a mortgage rate, but you're also going to look at every other program you might still find available in that 30 months of construction. And if we find some grant funding, the amount we borrow would be less. But we can't really keep looking like ALA. I can't offer to give them additional rooms if I don't build. If we don't proceed, we just, there's nothing to offer them. And we could potentially offer more, but we would get an operating contract, and they'd be less inclined to offer it because we don't meet their design criteria going forward. So that's kind of where we're at and how we think that we're providing value. I'd welcome any questions.
Council, do you have questions for Tim? Go ahead, Councillor Chikado.
I have, it might be a question for administration. So the requisition is based upon, apparently it's not based upon population, is it based upon assessment?
Equalized assessment. That's your operating requisition, which is based on an equalized assessment formula, correct?
Right.
Now, I think when they're looking at, you have to correct me if there's been lots of versions over the years. When discussing like an equity contribution, that was discussed more so on a population basis.
And is that requisition, is that dictated by the province as to what metrics they use to calculate that?
Yeah, actually, I went down that road because I think we were debating was it, it's certainly not our policy. So I went up to our ministry and they actually said, well, it's in our regulations, but it actually like an RMA regulation, because I think the equalized assessment, there's a specific section, and we hunted for this spring, that relates only to management bodies. And I believe what they do is they take out some assessments, potentially things I think that ASHC owns, housing management bodies operate, but don't pay property taxes to the municipalities. So the assessment of those buildings is removed so that you're not only not receiving tax revenue from the property, but then being charged a requisition upon that. I think that's how equalized assessment works.
Oh, specific to equalized assessment. I kind of thought your question was about what formula they use to generate their operating requisitions.
That and what goes into equalized assessment as well. Kind of it's a two-pronged question.
Provincially generated formula to, again, not to just repeat the word, but to equalize or make it more fair across the province. across the municipalities.
Because when I look at the, we're at our high, we're at $92 per person, and the town of Tabor's at 39.
And indeed, I did some going back in the requisitions, and there was a time, I think, where the MD was almost 2/3 of our total requisition. It has slowly shifted where it's about 60%. But I think it's at times kind of your 2x, the town is 1x, and the village of Barnwell and the town of Vauxhall are 0.25x to kind of make the ratios.
Tim, I believe in the Housing Act, it says that the housing board can pass a bylaw to adjust how the requisition is calculated. Can you confirm whether that's the case?
Honestly, I would have to research for that from them. My understanding was that it was actually something we follow, but it's based upon RMA or like your guys' municipal act that had set the formula, because ultimately we're stuck in the middle. I don't know how we negotiate to say that, okay, one municipality is going to pay different than another municipality. The equalized assessment. So we're following a rule rather than us dictating the rule. I don't actually think that. Now, that said, I think within the capital requisition, there seemed to be more flexibility. And yeah, we're an open session. I thought you guys did quite well, but it also did make some sense in terms of population being evaluation. We don't tend to look at where people come from. We simply look at, do people have a housing need? And then our job is to fill that need.
The board has followed the same practice of requisition for like I've been there 8 years and it was before that. So we based it on the assessment.
Right.
So Tim, could you speak to when we did energy evaluation? I know that's not probably the correct word, but and what the renovation would do to that?
So we have done a number of energy audits, and there are a couple of things. One, our makeup air units really are designed to pressurize the building, and the age of the envelope means the air just leaks out. There isn't any opportunity for recovery, whereas a modern building would generally have heat exchangers, so at least capturing some of the energy of that warmish air leaving the building and preheating the incoming air. So we actually know this for a fact. We have 100-degree makeup air units. So if it's minus 40 outside, that means the heated air coming into the hallways is 60 degrees. That is far too cold for our residents. They complain bitterly. And so we turn off the makeup air unit and suddenly cold air comes from everywhere because we've depressurized the building. We did find in some of the energy audits, it was unclear whether some of the transitions between kind of 60s construction to 80s construction, whether was actually any insulation. Like now it could have just been framing, so it's a poor thermal break. It's all just wood, so it's really not insulated. The numbers that we were told was you're using 2 to 3 times as much energy as we would expect of a new build, a modern build. So we definitely did focus in our initial plan. We focused on it maybe too much. We had looked at geothermal as an option, even removing the need for a natural gas line. Very expensive. And I think my fear was, one, all that extra money is borrowed money. So are we really going to save enough to cover the capital cost, let alone the carrying cost? And two, what if this ever breaks? Like, can we actually get somebody local to fix it? So we went back to a more traditional condensating boiler, still far more efficiency than the 1980s boilers that are sitting in there now. But the thing we did keep was the ERVs, the energy recovery and ventilation in every unit. So every unit can receive heat through perimeter heating, supplemental heat from those units, but also cooling. So every room has its own thermostat, which we think will dramatically change the quality of life for people, because generally senior residents like it warm. However, it's still generally, you may have people who prefer it a different temperature. So here they can actually, within limits, because we need pipes not to freeze, and we can't have them turning the system off, and we don't want them to be 90 degrees in their room, but within limits they can set their own temperature. So we think that is a quality investment. It's not cheap, but it also means they are always circulating air through their units as well, which again, I think is a quality of life. We did add energy recovery to the makeup air units that serve the major common areas, particularly in the existing building. The atrium is just a huge plenum. The hallways are currently air conditioned or heated, but now we'll have ways of actually recovering some of that energy. So our expectation is that I don't think our energy bills are going to come down because we've doubled the size of the building, but our energy costs will not continue to soar with what we currently have.
Okay. So council, as you're aware, I sit on the board. I did share email with all of you, so you know my strong opinion on this, that I hope council will consider going forward. The government of Alberta brought forward the 9 million to the project, and at RMA there was announcements and there was envy from those who didn't receive money for the project, and some strong indications that the flow of grant dollars like that for projects may be changing. Now, it felt a bit threatening, so I hope that that's just so that we're all tightening our belts. The board has made a motion to direct Tim to find further efficiencies, continue to apply for grants and other opportunities that may come his way, with a strong reference to that we know it's all one taxpayer, and to have them pay is hard. And so we want this building to be as efficient and as cost effective as possible. So rest assured, the board is not just seeing this as an opportunity to raise extra money. We feel this is not just a want, this is a need to ensure that building is maintained and operates efficiently, and that people live in a respectful place, that they can have a shower in their own room and have different access to care. So that is my sentiment. Now, we do have a motion on the books that on March 31st, we will review it through our budget lens. It would be more ideal to have a letter approved today, but I respect where we're at, and I want council to have a full comprehensive understanding. Just so you're aware, our neighbors in Vauxhall did give the letter of support, recognizing the value that it brings, and that better to work with our partners than have to have a more adversarial role. And then Town of Taber and Barnwell have waited. They have a further budget discussion similar to ours, and then we'll revisit the letter of support. So any other thoughts from council? All right. So since we have a motion on the books, then I will move that we receive the TDH update, and we'll continue to evaluate at the March 31st Committee of the Whole meeting. Any questions on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
All right, thank you very much. We look forward to hearing from you on the 31st.
Thank you.
Could I
Yes,
ask
you may.
just one quick,
Sure.
with respect to potential funding or debt financing of the project? Do you know, is the Taber District Housing Foundation able to borrow? I understand you're looking at the construction loan and then converting that into a mortgage over time. Would you be able to do that for 2/3 of the project versus just 1/3?
The financier's answer first off was no. They would worry about the secured value, like the asset value to the loan value. We talked a bit more, and he said, well, based on your pro forma, no. And I said, well, but my pro forma only talked about operating requisition for 1/3 of the amount. And then he said, oh.
Just interrupt. So it's a little bit of a gotcha question. And so I think it would be good for us to have this at March 31st so that we can explain it. But when the application was made by the Housing Authority, it was only made under the the plan that you had a third coming forward. So, I mean, we've asked Tim to investigate that, but as far as the numbers, I mean, the province is more so looked at that there was a third, knowing that that other third, and I think that's been lost in the conversation, is that third would had to been funded. We had hoped some would be grant relinquished, but I've shared that with council and with you. But we have asked him to investigate and to play those numbers out.
That's good. It wasn't intended to be a gotcha question. It's just actually knowing whether or not that option or capacity is there, because it will impact could impact the discussion on the 31st. But I can connect with you offline rather than
Sure.
at the council meeting.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
John?
I would hope, and I'm hoping that on the 31st, we'll have some information as to what our options might be for funding this. It looks to me like it's going to be paid for in a very short period of time. Is there a way of taking our liability and extending that farther to make it not such a large impact in such a short period?
Part of my answer to that would depend on some of the answers from them. So yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to accept the presentation and to continue the discussion at March 31st Committee of the Whole. Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. We will move into the CAO reports.
Yeah, again, council, as presented, a lot of the, or at least my along with the land team administrative muscle has been going into finishing off the draft land management policies, as well as preparing for some final budget discussions as well. From an operations perspective, municipal operations perspective, they're gearing up to start the busy season as well. And questions as council might have.
Council, there's a number of items in this report. If you have any questions, we can take them now. Give you a minute. Okay, if they arise as we continue on, the report is extensive and gives us an update on all aspects of the municipality. Some interesting, and I appreciate now seeing the economic development updates. That has been a new addition to the report. Maybe someone would like to answer the question, because I've received quite a number of comments on the trees that were cut down at the MD, and there's a picture in that report of the inside is all rotted and dried out. Did the tree cutting and everything go as planned to remedy the risk down at MD of Tabor Park?
I mean, there was a risk analysis done of trees down there, so we endeavored to deal with the highest risk trees first at this point. As far as going as planned, Corey, do you have any insight to answer that question?
Thanks, Arliss. It went as best as could. It's kind of disheartening to see all the trees gone, but while we were trimming some trees that weren't on the list to be cut down, we did find that some of them were rotten on the inside, so we did take them down as well. So there always is a risk, but we tried to mitigate it the best we can.
And on that, then do we have a reforestation plan for the MD Park?
Yeah, we actively purchasing trees to plant down there, so we'll see how they do. Previous years, we've had not great success relocating trees down there, but we'll try some new techniques this time.
Okay, thank you. Ernie.
Since we're on the topic of trees, I noticed part of the report mentioned that you cleaned up some trees, some wind-blown trees in Hayes. And I've had residents ask me if that's going to continue, if you're going to continue cutting down the dead trees in the tree line of Hayes.
Yeah, the CIA report referenced that we're not done yet.
Okay.
So there's still work to be done out there.
Hey, if I can report, or if I can move or pass that report on, that'll make them happy. Good enough. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the CAO report? Okay, we'll continue on to the council reports. We'll just go in order that they're presented. So, council had a bit of a discussion on just providing an update if they so choose, and maybe lessening the length of the reports. I'm not sure how I feel about that, so that'll be a future update. We did go to RMA. We had an opportunity to meet with Minister Dreeshen and talk about highway twinning and our challenging highways, especially around Enchant area. And I felt they were heard, and feel like at least every time we bring it up on the safety and the width of the road, they're listening to us, because the near misses are getting higher and higher, and the risk with that level of traffic is becoming very complex for our municipality. So I'll answer any questions. There was a lot that went on since the last report, but it's there for people to read. And Councillor Johnson's not here. Councillor Turcato.
So I've got a brief report in front of you there. I think also highlight the advocacy in the past. It's a slow moving beast when you're trying to get highways improved. We've been talking about upgrades to 877 since I've been on council, and my understanding that was going on 10 years previous. So probably 20+ years have been advocating for 877 upgrades south of Grassy Lake. That's finally going to take place. So I guess it should be another 15 years before 526 is upgraded. My guess.
We'll keep working on it. Any questions for Counselor Turcato? Okay, next on the list is Counselor Reynolds.
I guess the only meetings I had was Ag Service Board. We had the stock talk last week, which was very good. I thought talked about roads and road bans and all kinds of stuff that from a feedlot owner and a dairy owner. And then we had a tour of the dairy afterwards. I had a police commission meeting, and Councillor Takado attended the Tabor Shooting Foundation AGM for me last month, and I have a Tabor Shooting Foundation meeting Thursday night this week. So that's all I have to report for now.
Any questions? Counselor Peters.
I will say I enjoyed the RMA. I don't know if I did the right thing or not, but the other Ernie Peters that was there was in Dan Williams' ride. And he's the MLA for Mackenzie County, where's the other Ernie Peters is from. And I figured, you know what, here's an opportunity for me to introduce myself, because we want to invite him to come down and tour the Highway 3 corridor. So I just figured that little extra touch wouldn't hurt. They had already showed him the picture of the two Ernie Peters standing there together. So I just want to mention that as a FYI.
Thank you. Any questions for Counselor Peters? Counselor Tory.
I did actually fill out a report for the first time, and that wasn't that bad. I forgot to mention RMA, but you can review. I think the thing that I was there with Tamara for the AGM for the Eagle Spirit Nest Community Association, and this is a really small group, but I was just really impressed with the I was really impressed with how Tamara handled not to blow sunshine, but these groups they don't have all the skills and the training, and so they invited Tamara to come in and very efficiently got their new officers all selected, and it's kind of a funny little atmosphere there, how they cheer for each other. And anyway, it's a beautiful thing to see a little group. But the thing that I found was really interesting is we don't have a whole bunch of Indigenous people living in our community, and half of that committee is not Indigenous, but they care about each other in a really significant way. And to talk and one of the other ladies that's there who's not Indigenous, I see her in lots of community events doing things. It's just really nice to see volunteers that care about people, not just their own, but the community as a whole. And so I'm just really glad we're supporting that group, and I look forward to meeting with them in the future. But yeah, lots of good stuff with FCSS and all that other stuff, and RMA was a lot of fun to be together with all of you.
Thank you. Any questions for Counselor Tory? Counselor Condor.
I joined online on a few, but just at my meeting, it's interesting. The groups I go to, the Vauxhall Ag Society, Vauxhall Chambers, their main goal is how to involve the community and people into the community, and how to put on fundraisers for the community. That's their ultimate goal. It's not for personal gain at all. It's kind of interesting to see they come up with ideas how they can help everybody and get everybody involved. So it's interesting to go to the meetings to see how everybody wants to get involved.
Thank you. Any questions for Counselor Condor? So continuing into the consent agenda, we have the letter from Minister of Environment and Protected Areas, which is our good friend, Minister Grant Hunter, who's also one of our MLAs. And it's regarding our letter on aquatic invasive species. So it's good to see that he's still championing this project, because we know the detriment it would be to our municipality. That is one area, I guess it will come in our next month's report, but we had the good fortune to have him present on Wednesday, and we were able to meet with him and discuss some of the concerns with the horsefly drainage project funding and some other areas like the Enchant Sewage Lagoon that we're working towards, and bring him up to speed on more of the environmental aspect, not just our regional issues. So it's very pleased to have him and have the letter. So go ahead.
I'm just going to add that it's nice to see that Alberta is taking such a strong stand. Because I have friends in Manitoba, and Lake Winnipeg is getting devastated by zebra mussels.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see. I know it costs money, and money is not easy to come by at times, but it's just nice to see that they're making a real effort.
Yes, very good point. Okay, does anyone have anything out of the consent agenda that they would like exempted? And if not, a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
I can give you a motion to receive the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. We'll do upcoming meetings and events, and then we'll break for lunch. If everyone's good with that. So we have our schedule in front of us. One area is on Friday, there's the Jets 20th annual home run ball. There's been 8 tickets. Only 2 of us have replied, and we're willing to double our numbers, but we also are happy to have anyone from council go. So if there is someone from council that would like to go, please let Lace know by the end of lunch. But because then perhaps we can extend that invite out to staff who may be interested, who have a baseball interest. They have incredible guest speakers, and but baseball related. But it's always a great, again, volunteer run event to raise awareness and funds for the Jets baseball team. And then you'd get to have a look at how their building is coming along as well.
Do we know how our games might overlap with any of this stuff?
No, but I will by the end of today. But they've been made aware of our commitments, community minded, and as well. So yeah, that's one addition. I put it in shared notes, and we've supported it through the grant system. The cowboy poetry is happening also on Saturday with requests for greetings from the MD of Taber. And right now we have at the Economic Summit 3 people. John, I'm not going to, oh yeah, and then the Town of Taber feasibility study. So if anyone's available for that, that would be good. I am actually leaving that one at 5 to 2 to run an AGM for Clearview Lodge. And anybody else have anything they need to add or change? There is a new invite with this agenda for the, it is called, oh, it doesn't, I didn't write it down. Yeah, Local Producers Gala, and it's in part with the Canadian Food Corridor. It is an excellent event. It is important that we're there since we're a member of the Canadian Food Corridor. It also demonstrates to our neighbors our regional responsibility, but it is also an excellent event as well. John.
I attend, me and my wife attended that last year, and it's a top-notch event, and I would recommend any counselor who's interested should attend.
Yeah, and I have gone as well, so I could fill the slot if there's no one else who wants to have a turn. But as Councillor Takeda said, and I think that's why he's offering it up, it's such a unique experience that you might enjoy to go, and then you get to visit with other municipalities and other processors and farmers who live along the corridor. So we can leave that open for a minute, but it's definitely worthwhile. And on the FCM conference, Councillor Chikado and I had an opportunity to talk to some of the FCM reps, and Councillor Tory was there as well. I'm going to forward around all of the Alberta positions are open. If that is something that we as a council, we would have to discuss whether we want to even entertain putting a name forward, but they were definitely recruiting people to take part in their not as a board member, but as a committee member representing Alberta, especially on the rural aspect. So that will come later. Yes, John.
I think it's also important to understand that for FCM, Alberta is definitely overrepresented, which is a good thing for Alberta and it's a good thing for rural. We have the most members of FCM and have the biggest voting bloc when we attend these conferences. And so people that think that this is all about large urban municipalities controlling it, no, it's very, very much Alberta has the advantage here. And I think it's important that we maintain that.
And just a reminder on the calendar invites, if you're planning to go or need to change your response, that is the way that administration and most of us also check to see who will be in attendance. So either we can save a seat or make sure you're getting announced as attending. So just, it's very worthwhile to keep your calendar up to date so everyone knows who's attending what. Arliss.
With respect to March 26th, the Town of Taber Recreation Feasibility Study Workshop, they have since learning that what we told them would happen, of only 2 or 1.5 representatives coming to that, they've offered an online option on March, not an option, alternative, for March 30th. I'm not sure what time, but would that be preferable to council to participate on that day versus the 26th? Do you know what time it's proposed for, Bryce?
And so would your staff still be attending the in-person one on the 26th?
No, it'd be either or.
Okay. Well, March 30th, like, I think it's important people contribute to this, so we could try. We just were already booked in when they shared that date, and we told them that.
Yeah, exactly.
So should we give it a try and see if we can get an online time for March 30th? And then hopefully maybe we can have more people attend.
I probably won't be available either on March 30th, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Even for online.
But you weren't available?
No, I wasn't available though because of the
Yeah.
commitment I had with the summit.
Yeah.
This Monday, how long would this be?
I would guess about an hour.
Yeah, it's scheduled here for an hour and 15, so.
Is this the one at 3?
1:15 and in our Reeves room, so that what they're saying is they could provide an option online. Do you have a preferred time? I know they have a working group. That's probably why the schedule is quite tight.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a preferred time, we can suggest that
Right.
as well.
I can't make either.
Okay. On the 30th? Right, but if it was online, would you log in online?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
You can,
Yeah.
In the morning, and then I got a meeting in Vauxhall. Unless I go home.
you can log in online from here if you want to. but-
Right. Yeah, just depending on the time, but you've got commitments on the 30th as well. Marie?
Yeah, so that's at 1 p.m.
No, they don't know.
We don't know the time yet. I'm available on the 30th. Early in the morning isn't great on Mondays trying to get crews going, but midday or something could work.
Yeah.
At Boxer Regional Water at 3 o'clock on Monday.
Okay. Ernie, was your availability in the morning or you have somewhere in the morning to be on the 30th? Like, cause maybe 1 o'clock works then, right?
Because I got the same meeting.
Or 12.
in the afternoon.
You're at 3 in Vauxhall?
We'll propose 1 p.m.
Yeah, or since it's online, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you'll let me know if that's canceled? if it is canceled. If there's still people meeting in person, I can join them for the 45 minutes.
At least you can put it on that I reply yes. Like you can put the invite on through email.
Yes, but you will have to reply.
Okay, good enough, then I will work.
Okay, a motion for, to receive the upcoming meetings and events.
I can give you the motion to receive the upcoming meetings events for
Okay.
information.
Any questions? Those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you, Marie. We'll see you next time, and we will recess for lunch. All right, we will resume the MD of Tabor March 24th meeting of council. We left off on the council orientation update item.
Yeah, this update is just to share with council everything that they've completed so far, kind of first 6 months in post municipal elections, as well as to kind of signal that, I mean, the majority of stuff is complete or either in progress, but as well as to signal one, I think, training or topic that I think would be worthwhile dealing with here in the near future would be some media training, not only just for council, but also key staff as well. So just that's more of a heads up that we might be floating some potential dates over the next month or two for, or not, yeah, next couple months for some potential media training for council. The other item in progress that we should probably kind of work to resolve here would be the local authority elected officials training. We do have a good portion of council that has completed it, some yet to complete. But that portal is actually now closed because it was a 90-day period post-election. But they're willing to open it for us kind of on an as-needed basis. So staff will work with counselors that need to get that done to make sure that online portal is open for you to be able to take that course. And that's about, oh, I don't have I'm not sure who the list is, but. Yeah, we can follow up with those yet to complete it. And then the last sessions there, the governance training, those by no means are mandatory, but they're optional based on those that had expressed interest and committed to participating, and the vast majority of it is done online. So those are the proposed dates, not proposed, set dates. And I think they are in your calendars as well. Again, just an update as part of our orientation program. So new council orientation within the first 6 months. So I know it's been busy for council and it's been a lot, but it's good to have the updates, I think.
Oh no, and we have an obligation to complete those trainings. So those of us who are missing a couple of things, we'll make sure we get those done. And then if you signed up to take the other governance training, or if you're changing your mind on it, you need to let them know because there's a cost associated with that. And I think there was economies of scale based on the number of people, right?
Yeah, we've already committed to the cost now with
Okay, sounds
having
good.
them scheduled.
So I've got a question. I'm pretty sure I've completed it all, but I don't know for sure. Is there some way that it's easy for you to let me know?
Yeah,
if
we'll
I
let
need
you know if there's a course, it's especially mandatory. If there's something mandatory
Yeah.
that's not yet completed, we'll let you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions on the orientation? So if I could just get a motion to receive the council orientation update?
Seeing as Murray isn't here, I could do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Peters moves the council orientation update be received. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Next item is 2026 Municipal Operations Program.
So this is, oh, right, sorry. This is something that administration typically brings to council as an information update ahead of our operations or busier operations season from April to November. Sorry, April to October. And I'll have our Director of Municipal Operations speak to this. It speaks to a few of the main programs that Municipal Operations delivers.
Thanks, Arlis. Yeah, so in the memo there, I kind of outlined our four major seasonal crews, and what we project to do for the 2026 season. So you can see road graveling, excuse me, is 445 miles. It is substantially more than last year. But we didn't get last year's all done, so some of that spilled over into this year. The gravel recovery, we've got at 108 miles. Shoulder poles is 21.5, and drainage projects is 54. In that memo as well, it does talk about 25 proposed projects and what we got done. As you can see, we did fairly well. The gravel recovery, last year was the first full year that we had that program up and running. We learned a lot, and we're hopeful we'll get the full 108 miles this year. So part of the reason for road graveling not getting all done is we did find that for gravel recovery, even though it's called a gravel recovery, some gravel does come back onto the road, but there's a lot of fines that do come back on the road as well. And not enough gravel comes back on to make it roadworthy. So we have to gravel all of those sites. So our road graveling crew is spending time graveling the gravel recovery sites as well. So I think that's where we're getting a little deficient, but we'll see how this year plays out. And then reassess for 2027. We did attach some maps to show the areas, and kind of just more want to get some feedback, or I can answer any questions that council has.
Why don't you just speak to the basic difference between gravel recovery and shoulder pole?
Okay, yeah, so the difference between a gravel recovery and a shoulder pole project is the shoulder pole project is a full crew of about 6 guys. We strip the topsoil down to the ditch bottom, and we ultimately rebuild from ditch bottom up to the gravel surface of that road. We do a little drainage improvements if needed, but if it's any major drainage improvements, we don't tackle that with the manpower that we have. Gravel recovery is a one-man operation. It's one grader with an equipment attachment on that grader, and he has a pickup truck that he drives out the site. So as you can see, gravel recovery gets rid of the shoulders, and we get a lot of those miles done. That gets the water off the road. That allows the water to shed off the road, saves our roads from getting soft. Shoulder poles, I'm not saying shoulder poles aren't needed. They are needed. We still have a lot of roads that are extremely wide and hard to maintain, and that's where that crew will come in and get that road back into proper shape, proper width. But I believe that the gravel recovery crew, a crew of 1, will do a lot of miles and maintain our roads extremely well. So.
For me, the significance is we're starting to get rid of that canal shape, right? It seems to be very effective, and people are commenting on that. So, I mean, we have lots more roads to go, but what I've seen it do, it's still more efficient than the plan we had before.
Right.
So, and as the machine held up?
It has. It had some breakdowns last year. That was another reason that we didn't get the miles that we wanted to. Again, we learned that we'll fully rebuild this machine in the winter and then have it ready to go for spring.
Okay.
We thought we could get through last year without doing bearings in it, but we quickly understood that you need to do bearings in the winter, even if they're still intact. Just replace them and make sure they're good for spring. So.
Don't worry, I don't feel bad that Division 4 doesn't have any projects. I'm like, look at that, Counselor Torrey, Counselor Peters, Counselor Takado. I think Counselor Johnson and I are gonna have to get together.
Weird that, I gotta take a picture of it. You're talking about the dogs?
Yeah, I know 3, but not like Counselor Torrey.
It's not on my side of the tracks.
And for those, I'm totally joking because when I first came here, the projects were divvied up equally between divisions, and that is no longer the case. Their asset management program has been able to elevate programs that projects that are most in need, and I completely respect and appreciate that, but I do have to get in a little jab somewhere.
I think Clearview Lodge is in your division there.
And the park. So that's a good one. Continue on, Corey, or if people have questions. The maps are really helpful for us, well, for me anyways.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. Again, we do try to plan our projects for the year in groups, so we're not traveling all over the MD. So the crews are mobilizing less.
Yeah, go ahead.
So on the drainage, I see there's significant amount of work to be done this season. Did we get all the ones done last year, or is there carryovers on it as well?
There's a carryover from last year. And that's another thing we learned from last year's on the drainage crew. They got pulled away to do other more emergent projects. So we're gonna try better to prioritize those one-off things that come in throughout the year, so.
Not the only one, but one of those bigger projects, and council saw it, I think, on the road tour was the bridge replacement or transition back into a culvert on 19-0. I think it was 19-0, right?
That's right.
That was a substantially large project that actually used multiple crews, so. But yeah, that was just one.
We do, I should state that last year we planned to do the Enchant landfill. That's why the miles for the shoulder pull program was lower last year. Normally it's around the 20-mile mark per year. This year we increased it back up to that threshold again. We're still back and forth with Alberta Environment on that project. So if that project does go ahead, then we probably will see a decrease in the amount of miles we get with that program. So.
Yeah, for providing the very basic analytics of how many you proposed, how many you completed, just gives council a good threshold as far as whether you have enough resources or whether there's too much, recognizing that weather and conditions and equipment failures can change it. But I do appreciate seeing this. Any other questions? This makes up a substantial part of the MD of Tabor's budget, and it should be the most important part, our transportation connections. So if you have questions today or if further ones come up at the next meeting, it's important. Okay, so with that, I would accept a motion to receive the 2026 Municipal Operations Program.
I can make a motion to accept the operations program.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion's carried. Medical First Response Program Review.
So this memo and attachment outlines and references, I guess, to a review of the last 2 years with respect to MFR. It was implemented in 2024. So I'll let community services and fire chief speak to this.
Yeah, thanks, Carlos. So the MFR program that was actually implemented on the decision on November 28th, 2023, was implemented on all 6 of our stations. So we've been able to conduct a review of the past 2 years. Initially, we looked at a 12-month, but with the timing of today's presentation of the review, it will actually look at 24 and 25. And Chief Cote is here to both take some questions as well from council, as well as provide some details related to his review of the program. But we do want to mention that when we started the program is in partnership with AHS, and so the program was initiated with recommendations from AHS as far as a good place for the municipality to engage and participate in the program based on the services in the regional program that we have currently. And so I'll just turn it over to Chief Cote, and he can walk through some of the review that he conducted, again, over the past 2 years for our MFR program.
Perfect. Thank you, Bryce. So thank you, council, for having us here today. We appreciate you taking some time to review this with us. So yeah, we started this program back in November, or I guess got the approval for it back in November. It took a little bit of time to get the program all set up across our departments with our dispatch center, so on and so forth. It probably started, I'm trying to think if it was, March or April of that year when we began the program. But our first year that we ran that in 2024, we responded to 16 calls for service. So we tried to keep this at a fairly basic program. We went off of the recommendations from Alberta Health Services of what types of calls that the ambulance attendants could use the most assistance with. And so we tried to keep our call volume as low as possible as well. So the first year we went to 16 calls for service. And then in 2025, so you got a full year worth of statistics there, we actually went to 14 calls to service. Through our time with that, we've been asking our members, our chiefs, so on and so forth, if they're happy with the program, if we want to make any changes to the program, because it is an adjustable style of program where we can add different call determinants to the list, where potentially going to more calls or take some away where we'd respond to less calls. Recently, we hosted in February here, we hosted a district chiefs meeting. And at that meeting, unanimously, they all voted to keep our program exactly the way we have it today. So we're happy with the call types that we're responding to. About the numbers that we're going to seems to be about right for our members. We also asked an additional question to that, and an important one, I guess, was, are we happy with the training level that we're at? So we respond at a first aid level. We can, of course, train to higher levels if we chose to. Obviously, that would be a cost and time commitment, but they were all unanimous in the idea that they want to stay at the same level. So at the first aid level, we want to continue there and continue to provide the services the way we have been. So far, it has worked out well. I looked back at some of the discussion points that we had, that you folks had as a council when we were making this decision, and I would say our three main things that we discussed there was costs, workload for our volunteers, and as well as mental health concerns were probably the three main areas of concern. So since starting the program, I mean, I don't want to sit here and say there's no cost to us. Obviously, there's a bit of a cost to us, but that cost remains fairly minimal. We're talking now paid on call, being as at the time when we started this, we didn't have the paid on call department. So now paid on call adds to that, as well as a fuel cost. Outside of that, all of our supplies and everything that we use in that program have been provided by Alberta Health Services, and they continue to restock those supplies as needed. So it's been great there. Further to that, there is some grants and things like that we can apply for. We have yet to do so. We haven't really found a need yet, but there are some grants and things we can apply for through Alberta Health Services to assist us should we need to as well. Workload for our volunteers, again, talking with the chiefs recently, last month, everybody seems happy with the workload that is there. Nobody wants to see a huge increase, but they also don't want to see it decrease as well. So they're pleased with the call volumes that they've been having, and they haven't had any troubles in staffing trucks or responding to these types of calls. And the last concern was the mental health concerns. So as we had prior to and continue to, we have a kind of a critical incident stress management team in and amongst our fire departments. So we have members trained in those services. We kind of have our own little team, I guess, if that makes sense, where we can help each other out. Furthermore, there is a provincial team that we can rely on, as well as a few years ago, we went forward and we pay for our members, our volunteer firefighters members, to be part of our employee assistance program here at the MD at Tabor as well. So all of those sort of perks or benefits or assistance is available to them. And I just wanted to share a little bit of a story with you guys. It's in here. It was posted on social media, so you guys may have saw it there as well. But it wasn't actually very long ago. A few months ago, we had a call. It actually wasn't even a medical first response call. It was a call for a driver. The ambulance had responded out to a call just outside of town. They called and asked if we could send a driver out. So two guys grabbed a truck and went out and dropped one guy off, so to speak. And just as they got there, the patient went into cardiac arrest. And so our two members jumped into the ambulance and assisted with EMS. They were able to have a very positive outcome on this call. And so after the fact, they were called and actually got to go and meet the patient and have a little face-to-face time with them and stuff. And it just kind of showed how everything kind of works together from our fire service working with EMS to the EMS system out there, bringing into the hospital, going through the treatments and everything in the hospital, and then the recovery afterwards. So that's not something that we get to do that often. And so it's kind of touching to these guys when that happens. So I just wanted to say it's a huge advantage to having this program, and our members certainly appreciate having it. So, yeah. So as for position of our administration, I think we'd like to recommend that we continue with the program. We're not asking for any changes to the program, just a continuation in the same, I guess, level of service that we're providing today.
Well, I know there's been others, but this one very public life that has been saved, and she's friends of many of us who are at this table. We couldn't be prouder of our volunteers and everyone who stepped up to do the medical first response program. That in itself has made it so worthwhile. So, and as long as we see these favorable reports from you and your membership, then I see no reason why we wouldn't continue. We're very grateful. So with that, council, any questions on the medical first response? And even if you have questions, then we'll entertain a motion too.
I would like to have a further discussion sometime in the future about mutual aid and dispatch when we're entering mutual aid, places of mutual aid. I did have the opportunity to speak to a former chief of a neighboring municipality, volunteer chief, who's now a councillor in that same municipality, and he brought up some concerns that I think should be addressed. And I guess it would be best to happen at a different time when we're dealing with some of these with the fire service.
Certainly.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm just going to say, pass on to all the fire guys, I'll thank who we are for what they do.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Arliss, do you want an affirming motion to the medical first response or just a receipt of the memo?
I think receipt of the memo, we're not looking
Okay,
for any sort of,
yeah, that's why I wanted to just make sure.
I can motion that we receive this memo.
Thank you. Counselor Tory moves the receipt of the MD of Tabor's medical first response program review for 24 and 25. Any questions?
Comment. I think it's also important, we recognize the volunteers as well as the chief and deputy chief. I think it's also important to recognize the employers of these volunteers that allow their employees to go off and assist our neighbors.
Yes, absolutely. Volunteer fire service wouldn't happen without them, right? It's huge importance that definitely they be recognized for helping us out by giving up those employees so we can go and perform what we do. So definitely appreciative.
Yeah, and I'll go one further. Also, their families, right? It's a family commitment when you leave a birthday party or supper, whatever. When that tone goes, people are leaving their own family to help others' families. So we're very much appreciative. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor receiving the medical first response program review. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Chief, and please pass on our appreciation to your team. Moving on to request for decision non-bylaw, the Copter Properties tax exempt status.
I think of most of the municipal government acronyms, this one might lead the pack. Community Organization Property Tax Exempt Regulation. So based on the legislation and relevant legislation and regulation, council does have a role in these types of requests and applications. This typically comes in every 3 years to council for them to consider waiving of taxes or the municipal portion of taxes, so long as they qualify for charitable organization status as per the relevant regulation here. But I'll let our Director of Corporate Services, Mike Passy, speak to any detail that he feels needs to be brought to your attention.
Yeah, under the MGA, there's certain properties that may be exempt from taxation if they are a non-charitable or a non-profit organization that meets certain criteria. And so in the past, we had, I think it's about 14 organizations in the MD that submitted an application for this exemption. If they meet the criteria of the regulations, then they are tax exempt. The municipality, which is to say the council, can extend that waiver for up to 3 years. And so that's the point of this motion, is to have these ones who have had their 3-year waiver expire to have that renewed for another 3 years, as long as they provide the application by April 15th, 2026. And we've reached out to all the organizations. We have, I think it's 12 of the 14 back, or at this point now, or we've been able to speak with 12 of the 14 to get their applications back. So we're just waiting for those last couple ones to make sure that they can submit an application and have those submitted to us.
Okay. Thank you. So if you have questions on Copter or anything related to the memo, then we will make the motion.
I give you the motion that property tax exemptions be granted for taxation years 2026, 2027, and 2028 to organizations that have applied for and qualify for the exemption under the Community Organization Property Tax Exemption Regulation by April 15th, 2026.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you, Mike, for preparing that. And Rose. Or Zessia. Okay. Donations and letter of support requests.
So this RFD outlines a few monetary donation requests as well as a couple of in-kind donation requests and a letter of support request. So our Director of Community Services provided with you a menu, a nice menu of donation-based requests for him to present to council today.
Yeah, this is this particular month we do receive majority of our donations this month and next. So we do have a number to go through, and maybe what I would do is just start with some overarching information items. One of them would be is that you can see that the charts and tables were done slightly differently this time. The intent was to separate cash donations, in-kind donations, and other being ones that are outside of the policy, and then try to share with council just the total, in-kind, again, total cost, whether it be cost value of those services that are being provided to the community, and then total cash donations with respect to the budget that the municipality has established for the 2026 year. Each item is listed in there, and so we also provided we're trying to provide a 5-year summary in the actual table rather than having the history table that we presented previously that went back 10 years. So certainly feedback on that would be valuable for us to make sure we're getting valuable information for council. But we do plan to continue to bring 5 years or as council wishes, more history in the table itself. So it's all there in one snapshot so that council can see it. We can certainly take feedback at the end, but we can just go through each item. So the first one is the Barnwell Plus 55 Club, and this specific request is a donation, and it is focused on operating expenses, $5,000 donation. And I'll just pause in between if council wants to do them individually. Go through.
Any discussion on that one? And then we'll do them. We can do the motions we can do it one at a time or however you want. So if there's no discussions on the Barnwell 55, we can go ahead and make a motion. Go ahead.
I can do that one.
Okay. No, go ahead, please.
The Municipal District of Tabor approve a $5,000 donation to the Barnwell Plus 55 Club for operating expenses in response to their application to the Municipal District of Tabor's donations to the community organization programs, events, and activities policy.
Thank you. Any questions on the read in motion?
Just a comment.
Yes.
It's interesting that all of the donations now are requested at the maximum of 5,000, which I find quite interesting. If it was 6,000, I'm sure they'd all be there too. It's just the way it works.
It is the way it works. Yeah, fine. Mhm.
I
Yeah.
should have had the mic on for that.
I do appreciate those, seeing the budgets, the financials. It gives me confidence that our money is being well used and they're continuing, again, a volunteer organization to provide this service to the community. And this one was really interesting to me because it had the breakdown of user groups from within Barnwell and within the MD. We don't require that, but it was quite interesting. So Councillor Condor read in the motion for a donation of 5,000 to the Barnwell 55 Club. Those in favor? That motion is carried.
Okay, so the second item is from the Vauxhall Ag Society, and they have an event called the Halo Fundraiser Jackpot Roping Event, and they've identified that event as priority for their committee, and they're requesting a $5,000 donation for that event.
Give me the motion that the MD of Tabor approve a $5,000 donation to the Vauxhall Agricultural Society for Halo fundraiser jackpot roping event expenses in response to their application to the Municipal District of Taber donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy.
Thank you. My only comment on this one, and it applies to all rodeos that we get an application for. Perhaps at some time when we're reviewing this policy, we may want to have a discussion on rodeos, but we heard at RMA, without municipal help, the cost of running a rodeo is very expensive, and it does allow us to foster that part of our culture, but we do support quite a few rodeos. So with that, the read-in motion is to donate $5,000 donation to the Vauxhall Ag Society for the Halo fundraiser jackpot roping. Those in favor? That motion is carried.
Okay, the next item that's being considered is an in-kind donation. This is we've done this a couple of years in a row. It's a donation in kind for the use of our MD shop that's in Taber, our old shop where it's actually our welding bay, and they utilize it for storing their bus. And so there's been a value associated with that in-kind contribution, approximately $1,000 a month. So it equates to $12,000 a year as an in-kind donation. And that is just to try to represent the value of that contribution. And then associated with that, directing administration to enter into a 1-year lease with the Taber Handy Bus Association for the use of that building. I'm just going to make the motion.
So I have one question for you, Councillor Peters. Normally, this one also comes accompanied with a request for a cash donation. Is that a standing motion now in our budget? I just couldn't remember and I couldn't find it.
I would have to follow up on that. I didn't. That wasn't included in this.
Councillor Peters, do you know that?
From what I remember at the meeting, no. There is no accompanying cash donation.
They have ever since I've been sat on that board. So perhaps you could do a follow-up. That doesn't impede this one way or the other, but if you don't mind to follow up for us.
I'm just trying to decide how to remember to do the follow-up.
I'll send you an email.
Okay, that's awesome.
Okay, if you want to read in that motion.
That the Municipal District of Taber approve a $12,000 in-kind donation to the Taber and District Handy Bus Association toward the ongoing lease and rental of the old MD Shop compound welding bay building in response to their application to the Municipal District of Taber donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy, and direct administration to execute a new 1-year license agreement, attachment E, pertaining to the use of the building.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Next item.
Okay, the next item is for the Vauxhall Golf and Country Club. This is another donation to cover expenses, operating expenses related to the golf course itself. And this, I believe, is a $5,000 donation request as well.
Again, a volunteer organization who operates efficiently to provide recreation. So with that, Councillor Condor.
That the Municipal District of Taber approve a $5,000 donation to the Vauxhall Golf and Country Club towards operating expenses in response to their application to the Municipal District of Taber donations to community organizations, programs, and events and activities policy.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. The next item, Taber Disc Golf.
So the Taber Disc Golf Association is a new entity that is taking over the management of the Taber, the disc golf course, just north of town, just on the west side of the MD Park. They've reached out to us. They do plan to make application for some grant funding also through the through the community foundations of Lethbridge and Southwestern Alberta. And so in looking at these opportunities and these options for them, they wanted to really do two things. One was to communicate with the MD that they had taken over to try to continue the management of the disc golf course. That is the 9-acre parcel just to the west of the park. And so they wanted to do that. They also wanted to communicate that they still had need of that. So to get essentially access to and continued access to that parcel for their disc golf course and their expansion. And the second part was to receive a letter of support related to investigating fund or continue to look at additional funds through the grant program through the community foundations of Lethbridge and Southwestern Alberta. So there's two parts to this as well.
Arliss, would you like to keep those motions separate?
It could go either way, but yeah, you can do them separate.
Okay.
The reason I say it could go either way is because if you support the in-kind donation, I would expect you would naturally support the letter of support, but you may not as well. So.
Okay. Yeah, I was just meaning more so for logistics. Council will decide where their vote lies, but we'll just do them separate. Go ahead, Councillor Takeda.
I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Taber approve an in-kind donation to the Taber Disc Golf Association for the proposed use of the MD Park for developing 2 additional disc golf holes without impacting the MD Park operations and the safety of the public. In response to their application to the Municipal District of Taber donation to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. And then the second motion?
I also motion to approve the letter of support requesting a request associated with their funding application being submitted to the Community Foundation of Lethbridge and Southwestern Alberta through the Community Priorities Grants Program for the Taber Disc Golf Course Expansion Project.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
Okay, and the final donation that's on the table today, it would be the Taber Charity Auction. We have done for the past couple years equivalent to 4 loads of gravel delivered within the municipality, and that equates to approximately $2,000. I think it was it's in the it's in the in-kind. Just gotta bring it up here.
It says $1,600.
16. Okay. Yeah. So it's 16. So approximately $400 per load, and they would be independent loads that are auctioned off for the gravel.
How many tons? Like what kind of trucks do you guys?
I'm gonna look to operations. See if it's going.
Oh, okay, so you're like 40 ton then almost. Okay, 30 ton.
So before that motion's made, I wonder if when we do this one, just because it's their certificate, wouldn't hurt to put a hat and a cup with it, just to then people have something to take home, because at this auction there are a few loads of gravel, and just remind the people who are the lucky bidder where it really came from.
I know someone that bought some of this gravel previously, and if I remember correctly, it came with hoodies.
Okay, well, whichever swag is a good idea. With that,
I'll give you the motion that the Municipal District of Taber approve an in-kind donation of $1,600 donation to the Taber Charity Auction, equivalent to 4 loads of gravel delivered within the MD of Taber in response to their application to the Municipal District of Taber donations to community organizations, programs, events, and activities policy, and that some type of swag go with each load.
thank you. Before I call the question on this, a reminder that this donation actually comes back tenfold, because they donate to our fire department, schools in our region, Halo, Stars, food banks in both Vauxhall and Taber, and the list is quite lengthy. So there is a good rate of return on this donation for our municipality. So with that, Are you ready for the question of a $1,600 in-kind donation with swag for the Terry Burr charity auction? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
Just a question, this is 4 separate loads of gravel delivered to 4 separate places? Okay.
Sometimes people buy them as one.
one?
They usually run the auction up and then they give an offer. If somebody, the next closest bidder wants to pay the same price as the winner. So there's a few ways I've seen it happen. Just depends on the audience.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah.
And it's delivered, not on request, but when it works.
Right. We don't interrupt our operations, and it's quite clear on the certificate, so it works out well. Okay, I guess we don't have to worry about the 4-H one because that one is factored into the policy. But I'm glad to see we're receiving that, and I'm glad to see that council's made aware. All right, that should be all on that one. Bryce, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. We're now moving on to bylaws. Bylaw number 2034, the special tax. So we'll turn it over to our staff, but just so that you're aware, there was also a note in shared notes. I did send out an email that there were some shared notes with this agenda package, but this one is probably pretty important. I'm sure will be brought up. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so this is, the special tax is one that has been passed each year by council. The development occurred in 2011, so I think annually for the last 15 years. And so it's a special tax for dust suppression on like 95A or 95A or something like that. 95A, I think it is. Double A, 95 double A. In the west, or the Highway 3 West Business Park, just west of town of Tabor, and so it allows for dust suppression to be done on these various properties across that road. Part of the RFD states that this is a option for council to do, at council's option and election to pass this bylaw. It generates approximately $3,800 of tax revenue. And I reached out to Manager Lands Planning to get some understanding of when this bylaw is occurring, is it necessary to keep doing it, or what's the reason that it's brought back each year, and in speaking with the planner and in communicating back with with ORSC a bit, it seems a lot of it is related to some of the other developments around that area at the time of it being developed. I haven't had a long opportunity to review some of that communication that we've had, but it's in relation to some residential areas that are right close by as well, and within that business park triangle there is a residential property as well, and I think that's why there was the option to have the requirement or to have the dust suppression done. And there's also leads on to a paved road, and again, the dust suppression, the gravel roads, the paved roads, that's not my area of expertise, and so a bit of it, if there's further questions, it might be better to go to Brian or to Corey on some of those, and maybe even come back for some more answers.
Okay, thank you.
So I've been contacted by one of the business owners there that has talked to others that don't see this as a necessity for them, and would like to see what it would look like without it for a year. The traffic, there's no through traffic there. So the speeds there's no way to get up to speed on that road. There really isn't. So they don't know that it's really effective, and they just see it as another tax, and which it kind of is. And so they just like to see what it would look like for a year without it.
Is it part of their development permit that this was tied in?
It's in the development agreement for when the
Right.
the area was developed.
So would it be on them to make a new or altered application? And if you don't know that right now, this has been passed every year that I've been here. But if there is a question, then I think it would be on them, not just council, to champion it.
I'd either defer that to someone here who could speak to that, and that might be defer to another meeting to have that discussion as well.
And that's fine. Is the application and timeline for dust suppression nearing? I'm looking to Corey, or are we okay for time right now?
You got a couple council meetings before.
It's closed,
Yep.
or so you can have your plans made?
Yep.
Hey, Brent, do you know?
I just spoke with Bonnie this morning before the council meeting, and she did provide some basis for what their rationale and why that went the way it did. I guess there was two options when they were developing that. That road was there first before that development was there because it was for the residential fellow just to the west there. And they did the turnaround for people that went down there and needed to turn around. So the option was to either pave that road through the development with the developer to pave it, or to have a gravel road with dust suppression. So they opted for the cheaper solution of having the dust suppression added annually. And they talked about various ways to do it through different tax means. And then this is the way they opted to do it, I guess. Often in development agreements, they're set term, but that doesn't, and I thought, once they've met the conditions of their development through the development agreement, that development agreement then expires and remove the caveat from the title that goes along with that. But Bonnie assured me that there can be ongoing terms on those development agreements as well. So it's not uncommon to have, more often than not, it's an approach or something that they have to build as part of the development. And then once that happens, the development agreement goes away. But in this case, it was intended to stay on. So we did get further. There was meetings about this and some memos, and that was provided to us too, but I haven't got to reading that to fully understand that yet either. So like Mike said, we just didn't have the time. It came in about 9:30 this morning. So if you want to talk further, maybe we come back with another, at the next meeting, we come back with additional information on that.
It's not common practice at this table that we've tabled things, but this may be one that could use that, just so we have the full breadth of information.
It is a bylaw that requires 3 readings, so it would be possible to give first reading and stop there, and instead of giving all 3 readings.
Yes.
A special tax bylaw needs to be passed before the mill rate bylaw is passed, because it needs to be incorporated into the budget. And so that's absolutely an option, is to table it or just only give first reading or something like that.
Right, that's a good option. And as long as then we can try to have it spaced into the agenda ahead of where we're passing the mill rate, because I suspect, I don't know, are you planning for that for April 14th or the last meeting?
It depends how next week's conversation goes. That's up to you when you want to pass the mill rate bylaw.
Sounds good.
But it would be just be part of those conversations.
I think that's, since we have had a request and we need maybe some clarification, council, do you know what it would have been, council, do you know where this is located? So it's, yeah.
Team option too.
Yeah.
Services team option. So if there's some residents are there some residents there that would need to be asked? Like,
well, I think that has to play a part in it, because that must have been factored in at the time. So I'm not prepared to say, no, I don't think we need to do this. I think I need more information before I can get there. So with that, will someone make first readings so that we can at least get it? Go ahead, David.
okay, I motion that the first reading be given to bylaw number 2034,
the 2026 Special Tax West Highway 3 Business Park Bylaw.
Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, and I'm gonna move that we direct administration to provide details on the circumstances behind the Special Tax West Highway 3 Business Park Bylaw for the next meeting.
I just have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So the way I'm understanding this, and it could be wrong, is that there's a residence at the end of the road. So he would be affected by this. Does he get a veto on whether it happens or not? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I think that has to come.
Mhm.
I don't know that they have a veto, right? Because
No, but
residents don't.
that's
But
the wrong
I
word.
wouldn't, I
You-
wouldn't want us to
Yeah.
take this
exactly.
away when it was purposeful to create perhaps less dust for this
Yes.
resident.
Yes.
But it's just something I think it'll be good information for all of us to understand, the special business tax as well.
And I can see too, not doing it for 1 year, there's probably enough residual calcium chloride in the road that for 1 year it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
But I'd like to, I'm with you, I want to see more information.
Okay, yeah, that may be the case, but I think then we can bring it
Mhm.
forward and maybe those businesses want to pave it now.
It'd be a good tax deduction.
I was trying. Sometimes what you have is okay. So Lace, do you have a version of my motion?
Yeah.
Just, I try if we just verbalize them unless it's really short. Motion is in front of you. The motion, council direct administration to provide details regarding the circumstances surrounding the 26 special tax West Highway 3 Business Park bylaw and present the information at a future council meeting. Okay, those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. David.
I was thinking I should go drive it, like, you just go to Rocky Mountain Equipment and then turn and head.
You wanted to go view anything in Team Auction's yard?
Behind.
That's the road you.
Okay, and I haven't done that yet, but yeah, I'll go find it.
Okay, we are moving on to policies. Draft grazing lease policy. And this is some clarification.
Yeah, this is some clarification that administration, additionally our legal team that's drafting and incorporating the adjustments into the policy and or lease. So we're seeking some clarification here. The first one here highlighted in yellow, and I apologize in advance because I feel I just don't, administration myself, I don't understand exactly what council's looking to get here. Just substantive understanding, like I don't know what the goal is. From a legalese perspective, we asked the lawyers and they also kind of suggested that maybe you should get clarification because they couldn't take it. And from a legalese perspective, incorporate it the way in its current form. And then the reference to upgrades and infrastructure, that definitely came from our legal team, asking for, I guess, more detailed clarification of what that could mean. Bryce, if you want to add to that, go ahead.
No, I don't think there's any more other than just I just could read out the resolution because it's part of the.
Everyone has it, so it's just whether, unfortunately, Councillor Johnson, Deputy Reeve Johnson's not here. But if somebody thinks they have knowledge and ability to clarify.
I guess my challenge with respect to the first resolution there is, this is in the context of compensating the leaseholder with a 30-day notice period, I believe. So that's kind of the context in which this is, but compensation for the loss of use on the subject area or cancellation of lease, with that compensation being based on the unamortized value of the remaining lease. I just don't understand what's intended, I guess. Based on the unamortized value of the remaining lease. So does that mean the full value of the remaining? I just don't get it, I guess.
Could we ask, is Councillor Johnson going to be here next week for committee as a whole? Can we?
Yeah, we could do that.
Like I said, I'm not sure what he meant when he said that. Unamortized value either.
Okay. And then the legal team suggested, I mean, for both parties involved that sign an agreement, it's clarity would be important with respect to better defining upgrades, what upgrades in infrastructure actually means.
So Councillor Tory, on this next one, do you have some clarification on that one? We can hold the other one since it was, and unless someone knows what the intention was.
Maybe we could even just add the word approved upgrades and infrastructure so that if we have a lease with somebody and that if they want, like if I'm doing something with a provincial lease, I have to get approval to go put a fence up. I can't just run out there and put a fence up. And so as long as it's an approved upgrade in infrastructure, then we would have approved what, instead of we find out after the fact that they spent $50,000 putting in an underground pipeline that we didn't approve.
I think with a lot of the tax recovery lands, though, the improvements had already been made before the MD acquired these lands through the process, so they weren't approved by us, I guess. So we wouldn't necessarily even know some of the improvements that were on the land if they're buried infrastructure such as water pipelines, or if we're talking dugouts or corrals
But
or whatever it might.
that would be a 20-year amortized amount. So like I'd have a hard time quantifying that myself.
What did the previous policy say? Did it say fencing, or what did it say?
Fencing.
Just fencing. How do you define the value of the fence as well? Like, how do you do that?
The previous policy identified as the value was determined by the MD of Taber. So it doesn't really speak to how, but it does speak to which party determines it.
Well, and we'd probably still have to have something like that in place for these like if there's a whole corral system there, which there often is in a big lease, I mean, would that fall under fencing or do we? Anyway, I guess you can get it appraised, but I don't know how you. And we do need some clarification. We can't have this be a fight every time. It needs to be something clear.
And we did include in the RFD potential types of upgrades or infrastructure, but we're not. Yeah. Sorry, it was also right here. Very bottom. So examples could include dugouts, non-portable cattle handling infrastructure / corrals, Texas gates, other stock water infrastructure, if it's non-portable, such as pipelines, pumps, water troughs. Those might be portable, but those are just some examples that we could think of.
Yeah, how do we determine these values? Saying
The under the number 4 A1, there is some guidance in this area where its administration will inspect the condition of the, and this is where it was going to be added, fencing, infrastructure, take reasonable steps to determine the residual value of the infrastructure, fencing, the list that we would determine based on the condition of the fencing and such, remaining functional life. So that would be, there would be some discretion that would need to be applied and then brought forward for decision.
So I think your question is somewhat answered, Councilor Tory, by the existing policy and or lease. It's just better defining or more clearly defining what upgrades and infrastructure are.
well, certainly it can be very expensive to bring in a whole watering system or a cattle handling system, especially if some of these sites aren't just portable panels, right? They've been put in. And so, but I think it's still going to have to be something that the MD assesses and tries to come with a recommendation, what they think is a fair, and then council would decide, right? Is that what we do on the fencing?
Yeah, that's what we would do on the fencing.
Yep.
So I guess that mechanism exists. That we're not looking to clarify that. We're looking to clarify what is upgrades in infrastructure.
Well, can we include water systems and cattle handling? Like,
that's the kind of clarification we're looking for.
Is that currently in the lease policy? The inclusion of corrals and watering?
Just fencing is what's listed in the draft that was presented.
I mean, one thing's for sure, it's very hard to graze cattle without water. And so if there is a watering system in there that then moves on to, you know, it would, anyway, it adds value to, that's what people do on long-term leases. They improve and add watering systems so that you get more even and efficient grazing of a piece of land. And so those are long-term investments that people make in long-term lease situations. And so if we then go in and cancel the lease where people have, that's one of the reasons why on the big irrigation project, the two quarter trade is such a big deal, is because their water infrastructure for watering the cattle is in the south. And now it makes it much better for that. They don't lose all that infrastructure. So it's a huge consideration when you go start, you know, plowing in underground pipelines and putting in watering systems. I just wish we had I mean, I think we just use the same mechanism that you would use for fencing. I mean, the MD is still going to have to be the one that tries to come up with a reasonable value based on the age of the stuff, just like we do with fencing. But as long as we can address the other infrastructure that's been added, if we sign a long-term lease and then very shortly after that, we take it back. That's what we're trying to address here, is that we may need it for something that's more important, but we're not going to just take it. We're going to pay for the stuff that people did if we have a higher use that the MD has to have that land. So, I mean, I think that that's a fair, I don't think this is going to happen very often, but I think it needs to be at least understood that it's going to be, you guys take into account the age of the stuff, just like with the fence, and come up with what we think is a fair value, and then propose it to council, and council can vote on whether they approve it or not.
Councillor Turcato.
That would be fine if they were paying market rate, but they're not. So would we then deduct how many years of market rate in the differential? Because it'd be perfectly fine if it was market rate, but they're not. They're not paying market rate. So that's part of the problem here. You're compensating them cash value for something they're getting subsidized to use.
So what all administration is seeking is a more clear definition of infrastructure and upgrades. That's it. We're not looking to question the rationale of how we got here. We're looking just to seek. I'm refraining from using the word better, but a better definition of the word upgrades. A better and clear definition of the word upgrades and infrastructure. Along with, like, this was added to wherever fences are referenced, it's fences up and upgrades and infrastructure.
Well, I think
that was the direction we received, so we're just trying to better.
Yep, no, that's good, a very good question. I mean, I think Texas gates would be included in fencing. I mean, that's part of the fence line. If you want to add it as a separate line, you can, but if you were analyzing the value, that's part of the fence system. But all you would have to, I think if you said water systems to keep it, cattle watering systems, I don't know if it has to list out pipelines, pumps, water troughs. Some of them are going to have all of those things. Some of them are just aren't going to have pumps or whatever. But anyway, the water systems and the cattle handling systems, I think, is just to simplify it: fences, water systems, and cattle handling systems. And then we would just have to go out there and take a look, and if you have to have an appraiser come look at it or whatever. But if you guys know how to assess the condition of a fence, I think we can assess the condition of these things as well.
Okay, so a clarifying resolution for that, with that, would be great. So resolution clarifying resolution number C-2026-113 that defines upgrades and infrastructure as whatever you just described.
Right.
Is that, I don't want to craft your resolution, but I'm just trying to.
But I think going forward, if we're going to manage these lands, I think we would want to get, is it in the lease that if they want to do new upgrades in the future that we approve those? Is that part of the, because it certainly is with the province. I can't go do anything unless I get it approved. I just think that should be in there, that we're not compensating going forward for new things that people just throw out there. It needs to be approved.
So is that in our current lease? I heard yes, but I just don't know that we've had a process for upgrading and changing leases. Because I really like if it's going to be approved, and if this new lease is day one unapproved, then I could support what this language is, but I can't support it if it's just, you know, because if guys are selling their leases and then they're gonna value what this infrastructure is, because that will be part of the sale price, right? If someone, right now, we have a motion on the floor to, or an amendment on the floor that approves the sale of leases, you can bet that price includes the infrastructure. So why should the MD have to pay that back twice?
Oh, yeah, no, but I don't think this, is like,
Okay.
if a lease is being sold, this is if a lease is canceled.
Yeah, if
right?
we took it, but I'm just
Yeah.
trying to say that it could be paid for twice along its life. So that's the only way I'm going. I know that's not where Arliss wants to go today, but I'm thinking of all the, what if we do this, then this? So I like the idea of approved, but what they're looking for is a motion that clarifies what the definition of upgrade and infrastructure is.
Yeah, maybe just administration has the, authorizes the tenant lease improvements. That's one of the roles of administration. And then under
And that's in the
council,
policy.
Okay,
And-
thank you.
council, approves compensation for tenant improvements where applicable. So those are the two.
And there should be a record of that, you know, in the lease history, if we've approved upgrades.
At least moving forward, there should be.
But was in the previous policy too, right? Wasn't it?
As of September?
Oh, no, meaning that we've had these leases for
There was
15
no-
years?
There was
or-
no previous policy.
There was nothing, okay.
For grazing.
Yeah, I just think we gotta simplify it to fences, watering systems, and cattle handling infrastructure, or, yeah,
Sorry, no previous comprehensive policy, I should. reference.
right, okay.
Say that one more time, please. Fences, cattle, water management, water handling. And then what's the third one?
Yeah, so the corral, so the cattle handling system, the
So water
watering
handling.
systems, and the fences, yeah.
Yeah. What was water?
That would be naturally the non-portable stuff.
Right, right, yeah.
Infrastructure.
So from that list, the only thing that's not included, that would not be included would be dugouts.
Yeah, I mean, you could consider that part of the water, I mean, we only put in dugouts for cows to water in, and so that, I'm not sure. I assume that would be included in cattle watering.
Just saying water handling equipment.
It's just valuing a dugout, yeah.
This is just the one.
So if Lace is crafting something, and I'm not sure she is, he'll need to, whoever's gonna make it will need to decide it meets the. criteria, and then we'll have to determine if the lawyer feels it's adequate. Does our staff have the ability to, and is there someone, if not our staff, then who will be able to assess the value of these things?
Well, we've had discussions around just, like fencing, particularly fencing, looking at, how many years are left in the functional fence and, how many years would be required for that. We haven't had any detailed discussions around these individual items as of yet. So, certainly we could take a look at that administratively. Certain things where if they don't depreciate, where it's something where essentially would be just, it would be rebuilding the entire infrastructure piece, certainly we could look to the industry as to what those costs look like for, construction and such, if that was the case. But we would have to have a much further discussion administratively to talk about how we would go about that procedure.
It's already in the policy though, that we're gonna have to do something.
So that you're aware, regardless of this motion, which is, I realize is a clarifying motion, I voted against the first one and I'll vote against the second one because I think there is a difference with how we're approaching it versus us taking over. I have no issue if we were taking back a lease, but if we've given due notice, I'm not in favor, especially if we remain at a low rate. So I will be voting against this, which seems odd when it is strictly a definition motion, but I just wanted you to be aware of my reasons for voting no. It's not ever a requirement, but I always like to understand why people choose to vote no. You have something for Councillor Tory to look at? Okay, and then Councillor Tory, just when you're ready, if that's the right motion, then you can read it in. And you can make any changes. This is your motion that hasn't been on the floor yet.
I think this is good. I think we should still add the word approved going forward so that we take control of this. Because if somebody does go do something extravagant out on a lease, we don't want to be on the hook for that. We should, if we're making upgrades, they should be approved. And obviously the old ones before we had the land, those are, grandfathered in, but
And just for clarification, this is in regards to if the MD was to terminate the lease prior to the contract deadline.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then I can vote in favor with the word approved.
Okay, I motion that,
With short notice, is that correct?
This is 30 days. Right?
It might be worth reading this one. Grazing leases terminated by the MD prior to expiry of the lease other than for default, or a tenant surrenders their lease, the MD may compensate the tenant for fencing infrastructure and the definition we're defining installed by the tenant in accordance with the following process. And then so that would outline just that if it is a surrender or a default, that this wouldn't apply either.
right.
Okay.
Okay, I motion that the Municipal District of Tabor Council provide the following additional clarification on Resolution C 2026-133. Upgrades and infrastructure to be defined for the purposes of this policy as approved upgrades and infrastructure. shall mean fences, water systems, and cattle handling systems.
Okay, I'm just asking one more clarifying. Now, this was to be changed wherever fencing is listed. I want to make sure that I'm only voting on it if it was terminated by the MD of Tabor on a 30-day, because I don't approve it compensating for fencing and all these upgrades throughout. If this is only when the MD of Tabor terminates it for an alternate use, whether that be a park or selling, I don't know, but.
This particular clarification that we're looking for only applies to if it's terminated by the MD prior to the expiry of the lease.
Okay.
No reference to
Alright.
30 days.
Thank you for that clarification. As noted earlier by administration, everything is so particular that I just don't want to walk myself somewhere where I don't want to be.
The other clarification is very specific to the 30 days, a 30-day notice.
Okay, let's deal with this and maybe we
Sorry.
can go back and look at that one. But, so Councillor Tory has moved that the MD of Tabor Council provide the following additional clarification on Resolution C 2026-133, upgrades and infrastructure to be defined for the purposes of this policy as approved upgrades and infrastructure shall mean fences, water system, and cattle handling systems. Any questions on this motion? Yes.
I will be voting in opposition to this motion as well. It seems that we're changing a lot of things here and it's to the benefit of one party and it's a very small group and yeah, it's getting a little frustrating.
I'll take any other comments, but as I stated, since I know it is on our termination, I would expect that we would give that good grace on anything that we lease, whether that's a MD house or a park, whichever. Okay, any other questions? Those in favor of this motion? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, let's go back and look at this one. We didn't make a motion to move it to the March 31st meeting, so we could just have a look. Okay, so the we did, but we didn't make a motion. But Arliss is just trying to help us think through that it is also on the 30 days. So I suspect, but gee, I hate to do that to.
No, I was just
Deputy
referencing
Reed.
that this one is specific to
Okay,
a notice of 30 days,
right.
a
Okay.
notice period of 30 days.
But I hope the other is as well, or else. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Mark.
I'll make a motion to bring that back to the next committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, so the clarification on Resolution C 2026-132 will be brought to the March 31st Committee of the Whole meeting for clarification. Those in favor? That motion is carried. All right. Consent agenda exemptions. Oh, sorry. Anything else on those policies? Just those two questions, right? We had nothing out of consent agenda. Council requests for information and motion. Councillor Turcado.
I'll give you the motion that the MD of Tabor ask the Minister of Municipal Affairs to initiate an inspection related to the land management plan.
If you have that in writing, can you please take that to administration? Just wait, we'll get it up and then we can discuss it. So I'd like to see it in front of me. That's why. Once that motion is in front of us, it has been moved by Councillor Takeda, and then we can start the discussion. Cato, could you just review that and make sure that aligns with what you read in?
Yeah, that looks right.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion.
So I guess my rationale for this is the delegation we had this morning that was, and they've got signatures to back up. They've about 150 signatures. They say it's only been 4 days they've been collecting them. I think it's important that we do this. I think it's also important to understand that we have just about a entire grazing season to get through this, because we've already more or less extended the leases, but not extended them, but they have the same rights they always did. So there's no rush for this policy.
I've just never heard of this, so I would definitely look to administration to tell us what is this inspection, and is this typical? Just because the delegation came in and talked about it when we've already said that we already motioned that we were done taking new information, that we should, like, anybody can tell us what this actually means? Like, what is this?
Are you looking for me to speak to what Councillor Takedo's?
Well, what is an inspection by the Minister of Municipal Affairs? Is that a standard thing?
I wouldn't say it's standard, but I can read right out of the act what it is.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I just want to understand what we're actually doing. Yeah.
With respect to an inspection, the minister may require any matter connected with the management, administration, or operations of any municipality or any assessment prepared under Part 9 to be inspected, A, on the minister's initiative, so that was omitted during the delegation today. B, on the request of the council of the municipality, that was emphasized in the delegation today, or in the call for people to speak. Or C, if the minister receives a sufficient petition requesting the inspection that is signed, that was omitted today. In the case of a municipality other than a summer village by electors of the municipality, this is connected to the petition, equal in number to at least 20% of the population, and 2, in the case of a summer village by a number of electors of the summer village equal to 30% of the number of summer village residences in the summer village. For the purposes of subsection 1, which is what I just read, the management, administration, or operation of a municipality includes the affairs of the municipality, the conduct of a councillor or of an employee or agent of the municipality, and C, the conduct of a person who has an agreement with the municipality relating to the duties or obligations of the municipality or the person under the agreement. The minister may appoint one or more persons as inspectors for the purpose of carrying out inspections under this action. And then I can keep reading if you want. An inspector may require the attendance of any officer of the municipality or of any other person whose presence the inspector considers necessary during the course of the inspection, and B, has the same powers, privileges, and immunities as a commissioner under the Public Inquiries Act. 4, when required to do so by an inspector, the chief administrative officer of the municipality must produce for examination and inspection all books and records of the municipality. 5, after the completion of the inspection, the inspector must make a report to the minister, and if the inspection was made at the request of a council, to the council. That's the section on inspections. So it doesn't, I mean, I can't tell you how the minister would respond to this, but I do believe a minister would respond based on the requirements of the act. And no offense, John, not the details of a council resolution.
Can you say that one more time? So based on the act, so the 3 mechanisms was the minister asks, council asks, or a petition that has 20% of the population.
Yeah, the minister's initiative, council ask, or the petition, which is ongoing, apparently, based on.
Well, even if we're not speaking of theirs, but to
A petition.
Yeah.
And that's submitted to the minister. The petition gets submitted to the minister.
Okay. And 20% of the population.
Yeah.
So 150 is not 20%. It's 7,800 something.
7,000?
No, like
Between 7,500 and 8,000.
yeah.
Okay.
I think when I see it, it's like 7813 or something.
I believe the grazing group tried to do this, a petition as well. And with all their meetings that they held in all the towns, they couldn't even get close to the number of signatures that they needed back last year. And so I would not support this motion if they can come to a mic and say we've got 150 signatures when the requirement is actually 20%, and we go for, then we set a precedence that anybody comes in and has a complaint with a short list, and then we all of a sudden change our whole policy. They can submit their petition, and of course that would be legally binding, and then the minister can do what they want to do, but I certainly will not vote in favor of this.
Councillor Condor first, and then I'll go to you.
That's pretty much what I was gonna say, yeah. If they have their signatures, whatever, come in, then we'll leave with it then. Other than I won't be voting in favor of this either.
Councillor Turcato.
I find it interesting, when you have a small group that's able to influence a group of people that happen to be in a position of authority. Yet when another group comes in opposition of that, you don't support that. And that opposition actually have enough signatures that it's more than the people that are represented in the grazing. But yet it's okay. We're not going to follow this because it goes against what we want done here in representing the municipality as a whole, that is our number one task as councillors, is to represent the municipality as a whole and not small groups within it. It's not friends and family first.
I would like to counteract that a little bit in that anybody that I've talked to in my area, and I've explained about how there's a possibility of doing grazing under a bidding system, and they all say that's not a good idea. And I should really write up a write-up of why my position is the way it is, but it's not friends and family.
So then my question would be then, so how is it fair then that we're going to subsidize them on the rate, and then we're going to give them a subsidy when it comes to purchasing the grass, and then they have the right to sell, they get oil and gas revenue, like everything is going in one direction here, and that's why there were so many people in the gallery today. Because there's only one person that's paying for it, and that's the taxpayer. And to say this isn't costing us anything is ridiculous. It costs us a lot of money. And so, yeah, the costs are borne by every residential and non-residential ratepayer. That's where they're borne by.
Okay, so one thing I've noticed is nobody has said anything about that if we do go to a bidding system, what's the cost going to be in the future. I firmly believe that if we let grazing associations run our pastures, they're going to be in better shape in 20 years than if we always go with the highest bidder. That's my position. And John, you are totally right in that we'll raise way more money if we go to a bidding system. But I don't believe that that's the best for the pastures in a long term.
But you can't have subsidies on both ends of it. That's the problem I have. We're subsidizing the rate. That's fine. I can take that. I can take that for community pastures. As far as the private pastures, I don't understand it. 5 years is long enough to get your things in order. 10 years is ridiculous, and we don't actually have a component. We have no way of council setting a rate. We've set it to some arbitrary number that the province comes up with, that we're going double the provincial rate, and the provincial rate is supposed to be a market rate. Well, apparently it's not. They were happy to take double the provincial rate. Like, this is, I don't want to debate this again. Either you vote in favor of doing the right thing or you don't. If you're not afraid of a municipal inspection, you think everything's been done correctly, then why would you be afraid of this? There's no rush. So if you're not afraid of a municipal inspection, everything's been done up and for the best interest of the municipality as a whole, then vote against it.
So I am going to vote in favor of this motion. And my reason for it is in August, we did the cultivation. In September, the council of the day did the lease, the cultivated leases. I felt at that time we found a compromise. We found a way that we protected the grazing associations. And this council even has affirmed that it's important the grazing associations execute their bylaws the way they were written and intended. I could support that. I supported the 10 years renewal and that they could have access to it for time and again. I feel there's value. But I voted in favor of the 5 years. I felt there's enough time for people to get their affairs in order. I even went against my own values that it should go to market rate because I have always declared that it was for the sake of the ranches and the farmers that they would have an opportunity to either choose to access it in those 5 years, to purchase it at an appraised value. I felt that was a gift. I felt that was really important to manage farms that had it as part of their operation, because to have a chunk of land taken from your operation has impact. There's not very many of us who haven't had to face that, whether it's in rental or some other way, and that land is gone. And we had people speak in front of us, not today, but at our community events or any of our other times, and said, you know, that did change it. But I was willing to do that. I felt that the price was too low, because anytime the price is, no one debates the price, then it's way too low, because no one's even questioning it. So I voted against the new rate, even though the rate we set was lower. I don't like a rate that's tied to someone else. I watched the Old Man Leaseholder Association hand out papers, and I watched councillors read those motions into the changes for 10 years, for the right to buy and sell, the right to have access to oil and gas, the right to still, after 10 years, buy it at appraised value. It is so evident to me that we are leaning to the favor of a small group and not to everyone. I never wanted to give up all the grass, and I never wanted to pull the land from underneath anyone. So the compromises I made in September, I felt met that. So that is why I vote in favor of this, because people ran on a platform that they were going to change and get it back to the leaseholders. That is different than maintaining grass. If we made a motion that we wanted to maintain of those acres, 80% grass, I probably could have got behind that and how we would do it. But I feel that this is not the best intention for the MD of Taber, and therefore I'll vote in favor of this inspection to give us more time to make sure we can do it right and to ensure things are all in front of us the way that the September and August motions were made. They were out front and transparent. So any other comments on this before I read it in for the vote? All right, I'll read the motion in that the MD of Taber requests that the Minister of Municipal Affairs initiate an inspection related to the MDT land management plan.
Could I ask that the votes be recorded?
Yes, so please leave your hands up so that administration can record them. So with the read in motion, those in favor, those opposed. Ernie, I didn't see your hand.
I didn't vote because I honestly don't know.
So I'm sorry you have to vote. So we can give you a moment. We can take a recess actually if you want. You can take a 5-minute recess. Council, I would propose we take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back so all members of council have the ability to vote.
Is there a chance that we could do this vote when we have a full council next time? So that we can discuss, this is a pretty major change that we're making here. And the Deputy Reeve isn't here and Murray's not here. This is, I feel like we're getting jumped. And I've been jumped before since joining this council. And I want to do the right thing, not something that just got sprung on us.
How are we being jumped here? This is something we have in front of us that's been brought forward by residents. No different than the Grazing Association sending us stuff the night before a council meeting, that some of us haven't even had it until the day of the council meeting, and then that stuff being read in as policy. That's being jumped. This is not.
Martin.
This can be brought up at the next council meeting again, so we voted down today, it's not like it can be brought up at the next meeting, so. I don't know if that helps Ernie decide, because it can be brought up the next meeting again, when you have time to think about it.
Yeah, any motion can always be brought forward. I still propose that we take 5 minutes just to give people a break. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. I don't know administratively or the correct Robert's Rules of Order on when a vote's been called, Arliss. I'm sorry, I don't know that. We have a Robert's Rules of Order somewhere kicking around here.
What's your question though?
So the question is, I called the vote. People said they were ready for the vote. I called it. We had votes in favor and votes against, and we had a councillor choose not to vote. I think there's something in the MJ, but I just don't want to put any councillor in a predicament for not voting.
No, every councillor that can vote must vote. So if you're worried about that question being answered, I'll answer that right now. Every councillor that can vote must vote.
So if we take a 5-minute recess though to allow that councillor to determine their vote, have I violated rules? I just don't know. Like, and
well, we can look it up during a 5-minute recess. I don't know. I don't know this on this on my fingertips.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I just want to, I want Ernie to vote. And Ernie, the reason you need to vote is because if you choose not to, I think there's also a risk for you. And I don't want that.
Well, I appreciate your concern.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes. So it's 2:48. We'll come back at 2:55. So 7 minutes. Do you have a question before we go back?
No, not really.
Okay.
I'm gonna vote in favor because I think we can easily pass an inspection.
Okay. So that is, I want you to be clear to declare you're voting in favor of the motion.
Of the motion, yes.
And the others who had read it in. So for the sake of a read in request for vote, then those who voted in favor will raise their hands so it's clear who's voting in favor. And then those opposed, they already did. So do they raise their hands again? Do you want that? So
the votes have been taken.
Okay. So that motion passes. I don't know what it entails. I have no idea. Does anyone else have a request for information and motion? None? Then, Lace, we've covered everything.
Motion to adjourn.
2:55.